Ooh. Okay, everyone. That was really cool.
Oh my goodness. Oh, but hey.
Hey, everyone. I thought this would be really cool to kind of do this kind of thing. Like, oh, snap. So we get to kind of see how everything goes. All right. Cool. I hope this is working. We're live, right? Yeah, we're live. We're live. Hold on. Let me check.
We're live.
Okay, cool. Oh God. Hey everyone. Um, it's us, and I gotta see what's going on here. Where my boy Dylan at? Cause he should be. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, that's the chat right there, right?
Oh wow. Fancy smancy. Ooh.
So I guess we get to see the thing.
Oh wait, check the chat like on Instagram. Dylan just like said
Okay,
something.
hold on. Let me check. Hold on. Let me check because I'm trying to check the darn thingy myself. Did it not work?
He says that it's like uh when he tries to click the join stream button, it literally does nothing.
Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can send another invite. Give me a second. Tell him hold on, hold on. Tell him hold on. I'm coming. I've gotten. All right, I'm gonna invite. Give us a second, guys. We're trying to get Dylan in because apparently the link that I sent didn't fully go through. Let me try it again. Okay. All right. Send. See if that'll go. I hope that goes through.
Hopefully. Man, it's so amazing to see everybody here. Oh my god. There is a lot going on this past week. I am super pumped.
I know, right? Hey everyone. We are trying to get Dylan in. We're using restream because whatchamacallit been felling on me a little bit. So, and I thought it'd be kind of cool because we get to kind of see your chat while we're also talking with our stream. And I thought that would be really cool for us to have that kind of going on while we get to see what's going on. Dylan said that he's trying to click the link right now, so hopefully he'll be in a few minutes.
Oh my goodness.
Hey again, I am in your stream tray. Hey, what are your thoughts on pro Spider-Man's propaganda movie doing so well? Well, the Daily Bugle, it's doing really well. Spider-Man may be a minutes, but he's working. He is definitely working for us. I get to know Kate's thoughts on Thunderbird and pro wrestler Nyla Rose. Oh my God.
Oh,
Before Kate get into that, let me talk right quick about this thing. I was
okay, I'll let Trey go first.
I was confused about this whole Nyla Rose thing because I went to Kate and I was like, Kate, who the hell is this Nyla Rose? And because the way people talk about it, like as if you're supposed to heard of the person. And apparently she's a trans wrestler who's not even popular that much, and she's also going to be writing the new Thunderbird. And I'm like, and she and whoever the other artist is came up with the new costume for Thunderbird, and I'm like, what the fuck? And my thing is, what just because you're Native American doesn't mean you can write Native American people, especially a superhero that you have nothing on. Like, I know Nyla don't know nothing. I know Nyla don't know nothing. Y'all can't convince me she know anything. Okay, like, but that's my piece. Go ahead, Kate.
Oh
Let me see.
right, yeah. Give me a minute. I'm just like, when I talked about it on Twitter, it was insane for me. Actually, I'm gonna check my Twitter real quick because I have a shit ton of people who reacted to this, and I was just like, okay, just give me a moment.
Right.
So on my Twitter, I basically said Native American braid, check. War paint, check. Native American tassel, check. Still racist, but they show off their people of color character to say they aren't, check. And I had a lot of people, heart this. I had 75 people heart this. This is one of my biggest posts that I, got. It got well received. And some were questioning me, and some were like, okay, why don't you like it, or why, what's this or that. And it was interesting to see how many other Native Americans disliked this, and how many people knew this was baiting people into thinking, yeah, Marvel is diverse, but they're not really doing good representation. They can be as diverse as they want, but real representation, it's always going to be different. It's always going to be different from everybody. And showing that this is every single Native American ever, I see all, in every single design of a Native American character, they're the things I always see: braids, war paint. And I know I probably shouldn't talk because I'm wearing makeup and a braid in this, but I'm not looking like I'm wearing tassels or feathers, or because there's fur, there's tassel, there's here's a lot of turquoise. The turquoise was a huge turnoff for me because it's just okay, first of all, this doesn't look like the original Thunderbird at all. You can't tell me you think of Thunderbird when you see this design. This is fucking ridiculous. This is awful. And how much do you want to bet, what's her name, Rose? Lila Rose? I don't know. How much do you want to bet she's probably going to change Thunderbird to be transgender too? I don't know. Honestly, we don't know. It does sound terrible.
That really does sound terrible. Jesus Christ, I just don't even understand that. What's this?
It doesn't make much sense. And I never heard about Nyla Rose until recently, and I was like, interesting, I guess. It's nice to see, but eh. Oh, what's wrong?
Oh no, I thought I clicked something. I thought I had ended the stream by accident. Oh,
yeah,
I was about to be mad.
That would have been terrible.
Mad.
But yeah, it's.
I'm just trying to figure out. I hope Dylan got the link because I resent it, so hopefully it'll work.
Yeah.
Because you was able to get in there really quickly, so I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, I was already on here before an hour before the stream started because I wanted to make sure I got everything set up just in case, because I'm that nitpicky with how I handle things.
Understandable. Okay, hold on. What Dylan said? What's Dylan telling me? This time I sort of got in, but it won't let me join. It's telling me I have to make a conversation. My firewall. I'm messing with stuff right now. Oh God! It seems like his firewall and stuff is trying to protect him. This time it lets me join the room, and it's telling me to make sure I have a conversation in my firewall.
Okay, while we're while Dylan's in that situation, let's look at the comments a little more and see what's going on. Oh my goodness, though, guys. Oh my goodness. Let's see. What happened after we talked about Nyla Rose? Actually, everyone thought it's fine. The original costume was awesome. Oh wow, the fierce, apathetic Black Queen. What's your thoughts on DC replacing on Superman and Batman in the Flash film? Oh wow,
guys should have worked because I'm trying to figure out what Dylan was going through. Kate, continue looking at the questions and stuff like that. I'm answering in a minute. I'm just trying to see.
Okay, okay. I'll tell you guys my thoughts on it. I really think it's a ridiculous idea. It's not really, when you're trying to build these things up. Okay, if you don't like. It's fine if they don't include the characters at all for this Flash film. I actually want to see, the Thomas Wayne version of Batman, but I doubt that's gonna ever happen because Warner Brothers is fucked up with how they handle the source material, and it's unfortunate that we have to go through this every single time with the characters. They obviously make changes for whatever reason, and some of the changes are good in some ways. Like maybe it's the details, or maybe it's how the character reacts to another specific character because maybe they don't have enough screen time in the comics. Maybe it's something like that. But when you basically have changes that affect the character's origin or make them look off, it doesn't really look good. And with the Flash film, I don't know how that's gonna go. I'm just predicting that it's gonna go down into the toilet. In my personal opinion, I really don't think we need a Flash film right now because we need a different Flash. I don't know. I'm really nitpicky about this entire thing. I just really wish they would take the time to reset everything right now, because right now the only good thing we got is Wonder Woman, Gal Gadot, and Aquaman. And I mean, the only good reason why they have Aquaman is because he's attractive. And you can't be telling me no woman or gay guys or bisexual men were not checking out Jason in that movie more of the time than Amber Turd.
That's true.
You can't tell me.
Definitely true.
That's the only reason why it made a lot of money. Lots of women were like, "Oh my gosh, look at how sexy that man is." Ooh, yeah. Ooh. But I was like, not my type. Ugh. I don't like the long hair type. I mean, maybe the Winter Soldier Bucky. I could totally work something out with that. Mm-hmm. But nothing else.
Oh my god, I can't with you, Kate.
What do you want me to look at a younger Bucky and say, yeah, that's pretty hot? No, him being a badass and basically a soldier who kills people. I have really weird taste in men. Okay, I got really fucked up versions of ideas for men. Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Uh oh.
Have we managed to fix it?
We are trying
Amber Nerd
to work on it because he already has it. And I'm just like, okay, he says he already has it. So we're just trying to figure out what's going on because it seemed like it's his firewall. He says, what's going on? Uh-oh.
That makes sense.
Can anybody? Okay. Holy crap.
I can hear you.
Did did I get kicked out? Cool. I thought I got kicked out. I was about to say, man, come on. All right. Because on my computer, it looked like it muted me. So I'm like, oh god, because I saw the little mic connection thing drop, and I'm like, shit, this thing probably me. Oh Lord have mercy. Okay.
Wow,
right.
guys,
now,
you're really commenting a lot. Oh wow. Rolling Dodge said your audio's messing up a little, Trey.
Oh, it is? Dang it. Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second. Let me see what. Let me tinker. Let me tinker a little bit. Oh god. Oh mercy.
I wonder if I could use my voice changer on here. That would be freaking hilarious.
That would be something. Oh no!
I don't know.
Oh,
what's going on?
No, computer. I think I hit the exit button. I think I hit the X button. It's gonna kick me out.
Dylan just said, "Okay, I think I'm here." LOL.
All right. Give me a second, because I think my computer's. I think my stream just kicked me out of my own thing.
Okay, don't worry, guys. I'm here. Oh wait, no, that was pathetic. Don't worry, I am here. Yeah, I'm doing a very bad All Might impression, but guys, don't worry. Everything will be just fine. But I am definitely here. Definitely here to help you. Oh wait. Oh wow, a lot of comments. Welcome, guys. Welcome to the stream. It is wonderful to see you here. Hopefully, Trey and Dylan will be able to come inside. Okay, that was really awkward to say. We'll be able to join back into the stream. Don't know why is it the first one, but don't worry. They will be here and we'll be like, we'll be having a blast with how we talk about, all this other news stuff. There's a lot of shit going on with Marvel, DC, CW. There is a lot going on, and I am here to talk about it, and a little bit of tea here and there. Oh my gosh, I should probably not ramble too much because we're just gonna get off on that. Oh wow. My only issue with Jason is that he doesn't look like Aquaman and Ezra doesn't look like the Flash. I agree with that, Rolling Dodge. I really don't know why they chose those looks distinctly. Like, I understand in some cases it could work, and this is supposed to be a modern, day version of these characters. But on the other hand, I kind of just want to see how they handle some other characters and like whether it looks like the original like design or something else. I think he will be. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that I'm really questionable about. Oh my goodness. Oh, Trey just came back. Trey,
Ah,
are you alive?
I am.
Okay, good. And there is. Dylan just kind of snapped out. Did Thanos do? Why is Thanos taking you guys away from me? What did you do?
I don't know what's going on. Okay.
Okay, there it is. What do you know? He actually made it in. What's up? I think I fucking earned this shot now. After all of this rigmarole, I've earned this alcohol, and I'm going to have it on camera, damn it.
I am so sorry. I don't know what just happened. Restream just kicked me out while trying to put Dylan in. Wow. Well, in the Geek Trinity without something going on. Am I right?
That's true. I mean, Restream is being a whole hoe right now, but we're gonna get this figured out.
Oh, it's being such a hoe right now. Mm-hmm. Holy crap! It had just froze, and I said it's about to kick me out, ain't it? I said if you guys lose contact, it's kicking me out. It's about. Oh my god! I think it's about to do it again. Holy crap!
Wow. This is why I don't play with the keyboard. Not like this.
I was gonna say, I mean, Restream seems to be too bougie. StreamYard is the type of like trap house hoe that I can fuck around with any day of the week. And she's always ready. She's always keeping me at the house. She never kicks me out. Like StreamYard is that hoe. StreamYard is that hoe that you want to fuck with because she's cool. She lets you hang out.
I mean, I ain't never seen nothing like this before. It was working perfectly. You guys saw me on Nerd Stream. That's why I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is cool because we can all link our channels together and do this stream together, and I'm like, cool. And then Restream is like, yeah, screw you on your first time doing it by yourself. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Way to kill my self-esteem.
And like you said, it wouldn't be us. It wouldn't be the Geek Trinity without at least a little bit of a technical hiccup.
Yep. Anyways, I think we should, start reading some of the other comments, and then we'll move on to some of the news and junk, that kind of thing. We'll make it through it.
I'm with that.
Oh my gosh, I don't know where to start with this. Oh my gosh.
What happened?
Okay.
Oh, there it is. There are so many comments on the screen that are going all at once. Wow.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
For now. Well, I mean, Apathetic Queen, sometimes you just gotta try new things. It happens. It happens,
D-Rose, I know that you're saying that because you're trying to clown on me after last night when you had me do that, when you did that super chat for me to get Juanito to do a roar. Thank you for that, by the way. It was totally worth it. I'm gonna shut my mouth. I got a thing for guys named Juan, so that wasn't fair.
What was that?
That wasn't fair. That wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. It's not fair. It's just not. It ain't. You know what else ain't fair? That he lives in Bolivia. But details.
Okay. Wow.
let's see. Black Rose said raw, and Free Fire Pro says, what are you guys' superhero names since we only know you guys' secret identity? What about y'all alter ego? Oh my god, I never really thought about an alter ego for us. Call me
like as far as like a team name.
No, I guess like whatever our superhero names would be. I guess you can call me. You can call me Power Tray. Yep. Mm-hmm. I said what I said.
I don't know. I'm just imagining Trey with a giant like hole in the front of his outfit. I'm just like,
oh my god, oh my god, you're thinking about like Power Boy. Power Boy has that whole thing too. Like, oh shit.
I mean, damn, what would mine be? Because like, I like magic stuff, so mine would probably have to be something like related to magic in some way. You know what I mean? Like, but usually, like the magic users, they just go by like their name, like Zatanna and Zatara, like they just use their name.
I feel like Dylan would probably be like some guy like Goth Sabbath superhero name. Be like, no, I'm not a bad guy. It's just my superhero name. You have
That's what always happened whenever I play like any type of superhero game. Like if I can make my own character, I always look like a villain, and then I'm like strolling up to save people. I'm like, man, they would be so fucking afraid of me. They'd be running away, screaming, tearing their hair out.
Oh, like DC Universe Online, which surprisingly that game is still going on to this day.
Yeah, I heard that they're actually going to be having an update to the game. Like the people who worked on Marvel's Avengers, that they're supposed to like be helping to like retool like the aesthetics of the game.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
Not on the gameplay. They're not going to help them with the gameplay. Just on making the game like look more updated, you know, for modern times. I was like,
that makes sense.
That they did okay.
I don't know. Them superheroes looked ugly. They look like discount MCU characters, to be honest.
Yeah, it kind of made Thor look like he planted his grandma's silver plates onto his chest. So,
but I mean, DC Universe Online, I played it, and I remember the first week I got it, I ended up playing without even realizing it was some days. I was like,
but somebody in here, Faith, also mentioned City of Heroes. Yo, that was my fucking jam for years. City of Heroes, City of Villains. Oh god. And they still have I don't know if y'all know, they still have like the Homecoming servers. It's like a private server, so you don't even have to pay for it anymore. Yo, I've played that shit a bunch of times too. Like I love City of Heroes.
And you know what's so crazy about that one is City of Heroes and City of Villains could have lasted a long time, but DC and Marvel was like, whoa, hold on.
They like came and sued them because they were like, wait a minute, you're letting people make like characters that look like our characters. You're not allowed to do that. And from there, it was just like downhill for them.
But you guys remember Marvel Heroes Online when Marvel thought they could do what DC was doing with the DC Universe Online, and it flopped so bad. Even though they were giving us the heroes that we wanted to play as, it sucked so bad. That game sucked, and I was like,
I think the problem for them was that they were doing a top-down type of thing, so it was almost kind of like more like Diablo. Like if they had given us more like the DC Universe Online, they probably could have like kept that shit going longer. But they shot themselves in the foot there.
Yeah, they really did. And then they tried to relaunch it twice, and it didn't work.
Mm.
But you know what's so cool is for me with one of the superheroes I created, it was a guy. I forgot what I named him, but he had like spiky, he had like little spiky haircut, right? He had glowing silver eyes. He had blue like gloves, just blue gloves, and he wore a purplish blue tight shirt and blue jeans and tennis shoes with a backpack. And the character could fly, had super strength, and had energy projections that I made black. I don't know. It was really cool. And then I had a female. She had magic powers too, and she had on this beautiful sash. She had on a beautiful back sash, like it was like remember the original Miss Marvel, her costume. It was kind of like that with these thigh high blue boots that went all the way up to her thighs. And I was like, yes. The only thing is, I couldn't think of a logo to put on her chest. But other than that, I thought it was pretty cool. And she had on the gloves that go all the way up to your little thing too. Those are the two characters I remember creating. I can't remember any other things, but like I said, when I played I played it for
All
hours.
I remember was when I would make characters, I had a little bit of a fascination, a fixation, I guess you could call it. Because like, here's my thing: like my boyfriend, whenever he gets the opportunity to like play as a character he makes in any game, he always usually ends up playing a female. That's just his thing. I don't know why. I'm not going to read too much into it. I'm not a therapist. whenever I would make a character. I don't know what my problem was. I guess I was just a horny teenager. But usually my dudes were always like cut 100%. And I had to try very hard not to make all of them shirtless because I usually wanted to. I was like, no, let's not make 20 characters that are all shirtless. Like put some more thought into it.
I ain't gonna lie, like if we ever needed to do like a comic book or something like that, like DC Universe Online's character design is like the perfect place for us to go to, like if we wanted to create characters just for the hell of it. Like, hey, we're going to do a comic book, but we need to come up with concepts. Let's go on DC Universe Online and just like come out on things and see what we want. You know what I mean? So I like it. I enjoy DC Universe Online. And the fact that it's still going on to this day and DC's still putting money into it and it's still profitable to this day, even with the lackluster graphics they got going on, is impressive. Because let's be honest, I mean, hello, Dwarves versus Lions is one backer from 100. Nice.
Yo, somebody go back that shit. You want to be on this campaign, and if you're actually my friend, you will back Team Lion because we need to put these dwarves in the fucking ground. I'm not taking any excuses on it. It's Team Lion or nothing. You are with me or you're against me.
Oh, well, you heard Dylan, y'all. Y'all heard. You heard. Mm-hmm. I gotta be honest. If I were like Namor, I would dress like him too. I mean, you ain't gotta tell me twice. If I had a body like Superman or Nightwing, Batman, Namor, Cyclops, you ain't gonna tell me. You ain't gonna be squat.
I was gonna say you'd have to fight me to get me to put clothes on every day. Like it's not happening.
Oh yeah, Kate probably would have got tired of us. I would have been on the stream with my face shown and everything. What am I sure can put a shirt on? Nope, sure can't. I worked for this.
Yo, B Rose, you get out of this chat right now. B Rose talking about that Team Dwarf shit. If you don't get out of here right now, B Rose, I'm gonna come find you. I have your address. I still remember it. I will come find you in Houston. Don't test me.
Be there tomorrow. Be there tomorrow when you wake up. Hello.
I was gonna say you'll be catching these hands soon as you crack them eyes open. Like
you thought I was playing with you, but I told you I was coming for that ass. DC Universe is a game where we can make anybody, and I never cared to make race swap versions of existing comic book characters. Fancy that. No, I mean it's the character customization of DC Universe Online is amazing, to be honest. I don't know. Like, to me, I don't know how they do it, but it's really well done, to be honest. Like, whoever the team that worked on it, amazing. What about High Guardian Spice? Apathetic Queen. No, you ain't gonna keep asking me that goddamn question about that damn lame ass show. We already talked about that damn show before. In the last, I think, 2 streams before, we talked about that ugly ass, crazy, trashy ass cartoon. Like I said, Japan need to come all the way over here to California and beat up everybody that worked on that series.
Yep.
I'm just being honest. I don't care what none of y'all say. I'm just being honest.
I'm just like really surprised at this point. We got a lot of people coming in. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
And we still got B Rose in here talking shit in the chat, talking about he's a dwarf. That's why I'm trying to see all you motherfuckers get slaughtered. That's why I'm trying to be Team Lion. You don't understand. I know what's going on. I'm trying to get y'all killed.
He said just rubbing it in.
Mm-hmm. He's trying. He's trying it real hard. You doing something today, B Rose? I'm gonna come find that ass.
Oh, I'm sorry. Faith has said some stuff earlier. She said another good YouTuber you could collab with, just some guy. He talks about comics too, but he's so popular. Though.
Yeah, I don't think like anyone like us could get to that level of communicating with those type of people. I mean, no offense to any of them. I'm just like, sometimes those sometimes people who are more popular tend to work with others who are more popular, and that's totally fine. We just have to work our way to getting there. It may be eventually in the future or something.
All I'm gonna say is that he collaborated with Nerdette. That's all I'm gonna say. I will leave it at that.
I don't even know how that
Take
was even
from that what you will.
I don't even know how that was even possible. Like, what? No, because you know what? They have a big following, though, Dylan. They do have a big following, though.
Very true.
It kind of makes
but
sense.
Yeah, we should let's get
she
on
has
to
a big
like
following.
the
Does she have a big viewership?
Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired.
Oh wow.
I'm not her friend. I don't give a shit.
Good point. Okay, let's answer a couple. Let's see.
Let's see what the chat has to say, and then we can get to our bullshit.
Okay, let's see. Let me scroll up and see what you guys done said, because I know a lot of you guys are saying it. Let's see. Okay, a lot of people said hey and hi and stuff like that. They made Vixen into girls with blonde hair. You mean
actually this old insert of T. Franklin? I mean, have you guys been seeing what's going on with that? Like, I'm talking to the chat. I know we all know what's going on. That was fucking crazy.
Yeah, that was just so unnecessary. What was going on with that one? But apparently, what she's doing is okay. But what we're doing, talking about, hey, I don't writer should be on this book anymore. I think she should get fired. No. That's cancel culture. Okay.
No, yeah, we're the problem for calling out when we don't like the story. They're the good people because they're willing to like bow down and like say, oh, all of this is so great. Like whatever it is, it's all so great.
Yes, master. Yes, master.
Yes. Fucking shucking and jiving on the fucking front step of the porch.
We must like everything you do, even if I don't agree with it, and even though even though you wrote plenty of other comic books that I didn't agree with, and you still got a goddamn job. I don't even understand that. You know what I'm saying?
Really weird.
I mean, my thing is, if you write a terrible story, and most people believe it's terrible, and you're getting backlash from it, as a company head, if I was in charge of a company, I'm sorry, I would literally be like, yeah, let's take you off this book. It's not working. And I give you 3 chances. Not only like I will give you a warning on this book. Okay, this first issue didn't do so well. We got controversy. Okay, second book, all right, nothing's happening. But if we get the third book and we still doing the same bullshit, yeah, that might be a write-off. All right, now I'm giving you chances. I'm gonna give you a chance. I'm not gonna just say straight up fire you. No, but it's in increments. But my thing is, it's always we never get to the part where it's time to let them go. Let's move them to another book, and y'all don't even downgrade them. Y'all upgrade them. So that doesn't even make any sense. They're doing terrible on this book. The sales are dropping on this book, but let's give them Batman. What?
Yeah.
How that work?
It doesn't add up.
And I don't like this Arthur's book. I don't like this writing. People didn't like it. It's gotten controversy. People want answers from Marvel. People feel like this was a disrespectful book. And for me, if I was Marvel, I'd be like, yeah, let's cancel this X-Men Green. We're gonna pay the artists. We're gonna pay you for whatever was left, but it's never gonna be released. And the team we're gonna do something else. But y'all off the book. And I might hire somebody to try to fix it, because what X-Men Green did is one of those moments where you just like, okay, Marvel, DC, this is one of those times where you put Big Papa foot down and be like, yeah, no, you're done. You gotta go. You don't have to leave, but you ain't working on X-Men no more, because I clearly see it's not fit for you. And if you guys were watching my video, did I not say that? I didn't say that he had to get up out of the company. I said that he should be let go from the X-Men, right? Because he clearly hates the X-Men. And I think I explained it several times in my video of where I said I didn't say he should get fired from writing or Marvel. I think he should get fired from the X-Men line because clearly he doesn't like the X-Men, and X-Men Green is proof of that. When you have people like comics talking about this is too much for her, and she reads comics books on a casual level, you're fucked up. You're fucked up. Yeah, and Jordan White should go too because it's been nothing but misses under his regime. At some point, if I mess up in my job, which I did explain in the video, I did explain that in the video, which I don't know if people fully watched it, but I did explain in my video. If I was at a real company, at some point, if I screw up, they're going to let me go. You know what I'm saying? They're going to let me go. And it ain't got nothing to do with cancel culture. It ain't got nothing to do with me being black. It ain't got nothing to do with me being male. It ain't got nothing to do with me being straight. We don't do cisgender nonsense around here, okay? Don't even give me that pronoun bullshit. But
and I mean that's a really good point because like where I worked at before I was doing any of this, I was working at a law firm and like we used to get calls all the time, and it was like that was absolutely something you get fired for if you did not take proper notes about the call that you got. They would fire you because they were like, yo, people who like talk to this person after you, they need to know what happened. And if all you got is, client called in, wanting to know what's going on with their case, and that was it, well, that doesn't tell us anything. If you're not doing your job the way that we taught you to do it, the way that you're expected to do it, we're going to let you go because you're not doing the job correctly. Like, we need you to do this shit. And that's exactly like, when we talk about it, I think it was Free Fire Pro who just said, whenever like whenever we're saying like take this person off of this book because they're not doing good with this property, that's not cancel culture because we're not saying, oh, like this person's a hateful bigot, they should never work in the industry again, nobody should ever allow them anywhere near comics. No, we're just saying, yo, you haven't been doing good with this, maybe put them on something else, maybe they're better at something else, but they're not doing good with this and it fucking shows. So I mean, that's not cancel culture as much as fucking Nerdette wanted to make it seem like that was the case. That is not cancel culture. That's just being reasonable. That's understanding like, yo, this person's not suitable for this position, maybe put them somewhere else. Maybe they got talent for something else, but it's definitely not here.
And it's not like we made several videos talking about X-Men Green several times over and was like, he needs to get fired from Marvel. No, Marvel need to get rid of him, period. And stuff like that. I specifically said that he should get rid of from the X-Men because clearly he don't like the X-Men. And we given these writers chances to fix the X-Men, and they haven't. So what you need to do, clean house. I'm sorry, when you can't make sales for us, it ain't nothing personal, baby. But you got to go. You got to go. You do. Because I want people who actually care about the X-Men and not whatever the hell this shit is. Because X-Men is a shithole right now. At this point, I really wish Fox still had the rights to X-Men so Marvel could just give us half-ass X-Men stories. At least that would have been better than what the hell we're getting now. At least we were getting half-ass shit. And this would be even better if this was Inhumans. If all of this shit that was happening with Jonathan Hickman's House of X, Powers of X nonsense was happening with the Inhumans, I wouldn't have a problem hardly with it because I'm like, well, the Inhumans really doesn't have that much of nothing really going on. But this is great that Marvel's trying to make likable at least or whatever. But the X-Men, I was like, man, come on. And it's been nothing but bullcrap. So as a fan who's been reading this shit, I do believe that you need to clean house. You should clean house. You can't keep excusing the nonsense that keeps happening and keep telling me as a reader, as a person who has to put money into this, no, don't worry, it gets better. Or just don't read it. Okay, just don't read it, don't work anymore. We've already had Just Don't Read It. The sales tank all the time, and guess what? All you do is relaunch, and you relaunch with the same damn team. I don't even understand that. How the hell you cancel a comic book and then a month later relaunch it with the same damn team that fucked up the damn first volume? Hold on.
Yeah, I agree with Mitch Ryan here in the chat. He's like, I just want people to do better. That's how I am too. I'm like, I don't want these people to like go away. I'm not saying you got to fire them, never hire them again. I just want them to do better. Like if I were there at the company, I were the editor, which who knows, maybe one of these days I'm gonna need all fucking fingers crossed, and maybe one day I get in there. That's what I would do. I'd be like, yo, there is potential here. There's potential in the story you got, but you put in a whole lot of extra shit that doesn't need to be in here. So let's sit down, let's workshop this shit so we can figure out where it is you went wrong and what's going to actually appeal to the reader, not just to your friends. Because I can tell you wrote this just for your friends. I'm gonna need you to like fucking rewrite it for the mass audience, because we need people buying this comic. And the way you wrote it right now, no one but your friends and family is gonna buy it, and we can't survive off of those sales. We need more people to be buying this shit.
And varying covers.
Agreed. Honestly,
Very.
I don't know about you, but personally for me, if I were in charge, I would be like, okay, this is going to be like the Hunger Games. Your guys' job is on the line. So you better be, doing your research, writing a very good book for, this series or whatever. And if you don't, then you're fired. Every single one of you who can't do it, you're fired. That kind of thing. I would take a whole year just to do that. I know it would be a very bad idea, but they can rely on old book sales. And when we come back with a new, better staff who are like, okay, if we fuck up again, then we're fired. Like, I want people to be like in fear, kind of like, if you don't do your damn job, you're going to get fired. Any bad move, fired.
And you know what's so crazy? Can I mention that? I forgot who was it. It was an editor in Marvel. He was just like that. He was legendary. He was a straight asshole to most people, and most people hated it. But he ran Marvel like a ship, like a tight oil well machine. When I tell you the books were coming out, that this is during the time of Chris Claremont's era of X-Men and all of these amazing Avengers stories and Fantastic Four stories. I forgot the thing. I cannot think of the darn guy's name right now. Jim Shooter. Yes, there he is.
Jim Shooter. That's the man right there.
He ran Marvel like a military thing, and people hated him. But guess what? He got the best work out of them because he wasn't playing. He was not playing with y'all, and that's what they need. But they got rid of people like Jim Shooter because my feelings. Fuck your feelings. Because my thing is, we're trying to get people to read our comic books. I'm sorry, this ain't a circle jerk for you and your friends from Tumblr and whatever else, other weird spots or whatever. Y'all gotta stop. This is enough. And if I was coming in, I know I know I would be a young editor, but I will come in and I'm gonna be like Jim Shooter ass. I'm gonna be like everybody. I'm gonna talk to each part of Marvel editors team. And we're going to sit down and we're going to see what's going on. The first thing we're going to do, we're definitely going to talk about the X-Men. So everybody in the business office, whatever we got to damn do, wherever we talk to, we're going to fix the X-Men today before we leave. Y'all ain't about to leave this office until I see everything that's going on with the X-Men. And if I don't like it, y'all rewriting it. And y'all got 3 months to get it together. You got 3 months to get it together. And I swear to God, if you add diversity, inclusion, LGBT stuff in here, you're fired.
Mm-hmm. And unless it's organic, like there's no reason to put that shit in there at all. Like at all.
You're not about to sit here. You're not about to sit up here. If you go on Twitter, and if I see any tips off to comics, not to comics, whatever them Comic Alliance websites is, if I see you on Twitter talking BS, you're fired. Because
Jim really should make that a rule, honestly, because I see a lot of people just offline and being like, oh wow, we can do whatever we want because we're part of Twitter now. And
Yeah.
It just doesn't look
like
well.
Jim would have never had let them been on the internet saying what they were saying. Like, especially when remember that Disney Plus show, Earth 616, and we got to see the inside of Dan Slide's Iron Man 2020 event. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Dan Slide. Now, when that camera was on, and if I was in the office and I was in charge, I would probably forgot that the camera was on, and he would have got a beat down. I would be like, so your fat ass is sitting up here on Twitter, and you ain't even got a good story with Iron Man 2020? This shit is terrible. And I would have rolled that book up, and I would have beat the hell out of him while we was on camera. I was like, you don't get your fat ass off of Twitter and write me a goddamn story.
I mean, seriously, like that's why we need more people just like Jim Shooter. Like so many, like you said, like so many people hated him. But that's the thing. Whenever it comes to creatives, like artists and writers and shit, they are terrible at timekeeping. I know it. I'm speaking from experience. That's how it goes. But that's why you need someone who has like that firm hand to be like, yo, get on your shit. I realize you get distracted really easily, but get on your shit. And that's whenever I was working, that's who I always respected. Like when a manager was a hard ass, I'd be like, damn, I fucking hate this person. But I respect them because you know what? They're about the rules. They follow the rules and they make sure everybody follows the rules. So I can respect that because they're actually about the shit. They're not just like, yo, I'm gonna need you to do this while I go and fuck around and break all the rules. They were like, no, I follow the rules. You're following the rules. Everybody's following the fucking rules. You're gonna get your shit done because we need to get this like through the day. And that's what I respect more. So that's why we definitely need more Jim Shooters like that to be like, yo, you can have your fun. You want to be on Twitter, fine. But if you're being on Twitter when you're supposed to be writing this shit and the shit you're turning in is absolute crap that doesn't sell, get off of Twitter because I will absolutely fire you if this shit does not improve. That's what we need again.
Matter of fact, we can even go even further, Dylan. While you're in the office, phones. My I don't care. If your child calls, if your husband or your wife call, or your thing call, don't worry, I got you. I can take notes. I can make calls for you. But while you're in the office, phones, everyone, phones to me now. And you better have the writers, you better have 6 stories for me by the time you leave. And they better be good. Artists, you better be drawing 24 pages. Inkers, better be inking 24 pages. Colorists, you better be coloring 24 pages. And when I mean 24 pages, I mean doesn't really matter as long as I get 24 pages done. Because at this point, it's no time to be lax no more. We don't let the comic book industry be last. So in DC and Marvel, no, we're going to put some restrictions on here. No, Vita and Leah, no. These characters are not LGBT. So guess what? They're going back to being straight. But what I don't care what Twitter want. I don't care what Twitter want because they're not buying these books. So guess what? We're trying to get back to customers. And guess what? Customers don't like forced LG characters. And you can't keep changing every character to be bisexual, trans, black, whatever. Okay? Iceman is now straight again. Prodigy, Speed. Matter of fact, the half of the X Factor team is straight again because that was ridiculous. Leah Williams had everybody on their LGBT. That's not even how that works. That's not how a group of LGBT superheroes ain't just gonna come out of nowhere and team up. I don't know how many times we gotta keep having this conversation. But it does not work. Just like there is not enough people of color as superheroes. Guess what? They're in the United States. The United States is what? Predominantly white. And guess what? The United States is also predominantly straight. That's why you don't see that many LGBT and people of color. But if you want some of them, that's fine. But you're going to create new ones. Or you're going to take the ones that ain't got enough of sunshine. Like if Vita or Leah was like, this character, I want to bring in LGBT characters. Okay, pull up my list of original LGBT characters that have been LGBT since their inception. All right, cool. These are the characters you want to use, but I didn't ask you what you wanted to use. You said you wanted LGBT. Here are the LGBT characters. You said you wanted black characters. Here are the black characters. Choose one, make a good story, and you better come back with a good story. Because if you don't, I guess you're saying overnight. Try me if you want to. Try me if you want to. We're not.
I mean, they're creating like such unrealistic expectations when they have that many like gay and bisexual and trans characters. It's like, yo, I live in a city, not the biggest city in the world, but I live in a city. It's not that many gay people around. Like, I don't know that fucking many. So for them to have all this shit in the book, like Marvel always built themselves off of like it's the world outside your window. Well, I mean, maybe in New York or something. I don't know. I've been to New York a few times. I've never lived there. I mean, maybe there, but you have a whole rest of the country that you need to actually sell this shit to. And if you're just making it like the way that you see it in New York City, that's not representative of the whole country. And the majority of people will not be able to like identify with that shit. You're only doing yourself a disservice by doing that shit. Like, you need to stop with all of this shit. Like you said, the majority of the country is straight. Like, it's only maybe about 5 to 6% of the population in total that is like LGBT. So trying to make like an entire team of gay people, it doesn't work. Not only because there aren't that many people, but we usually don't get along that well for very long. We usually, it's just like women. I'm gonna go ahead and throw it your way, Kate. Whenever it's a bunch of women together, y'all end up sniping at each other about some shit.
Yeah, that's
talking
for sure.
Behind backs.
Yeah, of course, because like, I'll be honest, I see a lot of people like in DMs and such telling me I should work with this girl or that girl, YouTuber or whatever, and I'm like, I don't know. I don't really trust that many women, and it's mostly because a lot of women are, snakes sometimes. There are good snakes without poison, and there are snakes with poison. So I'm like, I'd rather not take a risk, and men are more, in that area, relaxed and chill and shit. And I'd rather be friends with those guys instead of, being around with a lot of women. Again, I don't trust that many. Not because it's a bad thing. It's just because, us women have, for many years, chatted a lot, go into like, discussion and, what's the word? What is the word? It's discussing something, spreading rumors and shit. That is what happens, and I see that a lot with other women. So I'm like, no, thank you. I'd rather not. Oh wow, guys, we should focus on the chat a little more. I feel like we've been ignoring them a little bit.
Thoughts in here. We do not need to ignore y'all, guys. We just get so very passionate about this stuff. We end up talking. We forget that y'all are here, but we are glad that y'all are here.
Yes, always happy. Free Fire Pro, thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed my rants. Oh god. Okay. Let's see. Vita, that Vita person, when she was telling minorities that there's a job opening, go get it. I feel like people were overreacting to that. But then she told others not to apply and act like she didn't. I mean, you think about it. Think about it, Mitch. If a white person had said what the hell she said, there would have been hell to pay, right? So again, two rights don't make a wrong. Like two wrongs don't make a right. I mean, so if a white person couldn't say that, then a black person, an Indian person, a Latino person, a Chinese person should not be able to say what the hell Vita said, and they did. And then for her to be like, she don't understand what happened. Okay. All right, I guess somebody's stupid, because that don't even make no darn sense. I cannot, Dylan. Oh, shit. We lost Dylan.
We lost him?
Dylan!
Don't worry, I'm here. I just got to go do my thing. Hold on. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's see. What else we say? 99% of the young Avengers were LGBT. And you know what's so funny is, Mitch, actually, it was only supposed to be 2 of them. It was only 2 of them at first. And it was fine. Then they added America Chavez, which a lot of y'all need to understand. America Chavez was actually bisexual when she first started. Now they done made her straight lesbian, which that's just dumb. But no, America Chavez was into guys and girls. But anyway, it was her and Wiccan and Hulkling, and that was it. Everybody else was on the team that was normal, right? And then after that, they said, you know, we're going after that, we're going to relaunch the Young Avengers. And then all of a sudden, everybody, all the people that was on the team were all of a sudden LGBT, and then the book failed because it's such a turnoff. You get an artist, you get an artist who is known to, I think one of the artists is known to draw a lot of LGBT stuff. Again, there's nothing wrong with that, but it ain't for the mainstream audience. And then when you take characters who've never been in LGBT relationships and then you make them LGBT, and then fans are like, "Hey, this doesn't make any sense. You're just being homophobic." No, bitch, I've been reading these damn characters and there's nothing in their thought bubbles, their actions, or in the 40 issues beforehand that show that these characters were into the same sex. Yes, actually, you actually are right about that, Roland Dodge. The same thing did happen to the Runaways, and that's what killed the Runaways for a lot of people too. There were a few, there was probably like maybe 3 LGBT people on there, and the rest was straight. Then all of a sudden, they came out of nowhere, and half the team is now LGBT, and you're just like, okay, out. Because again, it's not realistic. Yeah, sure, they're in California, sure, they're in New York City, but just because they're in cities that are populated with it, that doesn't mean that you make the entire team that way. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It does not make logical sense. And like Dylan said, they don't get along like that instantly. So for the Runaways and the Young Avengers to have that many LGBT people on there did not make logical sense, and that's why those comic books started failing, because not only were their sexuality front and center, the stories around them was lame as hell too. So not only did you change the team dynamics, you made a lot of the characters LGBT, then you gave me half-ass stories. And you wonder why people left the Runaways and Young Avengers. Yes, the Runaways is I think the Runaways comic book is still out right now, but the only reason why it's still there is because of Hulu. Because people like Hulu, the Hulu show. Other than that, yeah, sure, whatever. Other than that, who really talks about the Runaways? None of us. Because, huh? Which
I just said nobody.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Nobody talks about the Runaways like they used to talk about the Runaways. Just like nobody talk about the Avengers like they used to. Like people don't understand this, and it ain't got nothing to do with hatred. You just have to understand your audience. If my audience is mostly straight, white, and male people, and I'm making plenty of money, why am I going to change things? You know, you should change the formula, add more women and more people of color. Okay, that's great. But if we're not going to do it in an organic way, then we're not going to do it at all. And we've seen the decline, because let's be honest, 10 years, no. 10 years ago, this would not have been happening. Manga has overtaken comics. Do we not understand that? Manga has taken over comic books. Now, this is the MCU's fault, because the MCU made it where comic books were not irrelevant, which kind of made manga, well, hey, we have an anime, we have movies, we have a book, and guess what? They're all the same, right? And then when you make a movie, you take the characters and you completely change them, and then your comic book fans are saying, hey, these are what the characters look like. Hey, this isn't what the character would do. You tell the comic book fans, oh, shut up. It's just another universe. Screw yourself. Okay, cool. Now you like, wait, hold on. Why people aren't reading our comic books anymore? Well, you cover-set it where you made it where comic books are not important. You made it where comic books were not important, and the comic book fans have been jaded to it. So you cannot get mad that we do not want this bull crap anymore. You cannot force us to like this kind of stuff, and you cannot keep telling us that we have to accept it. No, it's time for y'all to get the hell on and change the industry. The industry needs to be changed, regardless of if you like it, agree with it. I don't really care if you don't agree with it or whatever. But you have to start putting some standards in it. You have to put some rules and regulations in there. You have to make sure these characters are accurate to what they are. 50 years, Iceman's been straight, and all of a sudden, Brian Michael Bendis wanted to make him LGBT. The editor of X-Men should have said, "Go fuck yourself, Brian Michael Bendis," because that doesn't make any logical sense. You don't green light stuff. You have to be able to tell people no. I'm sorry. The same thing with Dan Dio coming in there with DC Rebirth. DC Rebirth was doing so well, and because he was jealous of Jeff Johns, and he convinced people, let's go back to the New 52. Bitch, if it didn't work the past 5 years, it's not going to work now. That doesn't even make that don't even make no damn logical sense. So you go back and do the same shit again, and that's what's happening in the comic book industry. They don't learn from their mistakes, and they keep doubling down on the same shit because reasons. I don't understand that, and then be complaining that we don't like this shit. Well, what else am I supposed to do? I'm sorry. You think I'm supposed to just read it just because? But it's just like the same thing. Oh, Roland Dodge, One More Day killed so many people from comic books. It's not even funny. Massive droves, and Spider-Man still hasn't recovered from One More Day. Everybody always want to try to talk about what was that other thing? Sins Past and Sins to Remember. Now, Sins Past and Sins to Remember didn't kill the Spider-Man line for a lot of people. One More Day killed the Spider-Man line for people, and people still ain't came back. Is Mary Jane and Peter Parker married again? No. Well, they're not. Call me when they get married again. That's how bad One More Day screwed up Spider-Man. Spider-Man sales have been fluctuating ever since then, because of nonsense like that. I just don't get it. I'm sorry, guys, I went on this long tangent, but something's got to give at this point. And you need to want to stop this stuff, you know? But I'm gonna let Dylan and Kate talk while I give me some water.
No, yeah, because I see Faith is in the chat asking if we saw what you had to say about LGBT writers, and yes, you were absolutely right. I saw what you had said, that we've always had these writers. They just weren't always like loud and vocal about it. They weren't trying to like push themselves to the forefront based off of their sexuality, which is absolutely true. That was never a thing that we had. Like we've had like trans writers, we've had gay writers, bisexual writers, like they've always been a thing, but it wasn't until just recently that all of a sudden it's popular if you want to push that out, to the forefront. Fuck about whatever characters you're writing, whatever stories you may have written. It's about, wait, what are you though? Are you some sort of like POC, or do you have some sort of different sexuality? And I mean, that's kind of like why I've talked about like, trying to like worm my way into the industry, because I'm like, apparently I have all the things y'all are looking for. Well, I say that, but Vita Ayala was out there talking about like, well, we need anybody who's not a straight or a white cis dude. And I'm like, well, I am cis. Like I was born as a guy. So, and that's what I've always been. Like, if you're literally saying you only want trans people, nah.
Dylan, we don't use cis up in this word. You are biologically a male.
True.
We don't play them pronouns over here. I'm sorry. No, we're not about to go to their level, Dylan. If they can't meet on my level, I can't meet them on their level. Nope.
I could see that. I could see that. You know what's really sad though? My past job working at a law firm, like that was something we had to know, because like I'm not going to tell y'all everything legally. I'm not allowed to, but they have like one particular case that's dealing with like a bunch of gay people. And like they actually, part of the training was to know the difference between like cis and trans people. And if they have preferred pronouns, if they have a preferred name, like we had to put that shit on the file, so that if they called in and they wanted to be called Miss Kitty, we had to call them Miss Kitty. Like it didn't matter. If that's what they want to be called, that's what we're going to call them. I was like, y'all on some other shit right now. Like, I'm literally part of the community, and I'm gonna be the one calling this bitch John. Your name is John, motherfucker. You talking about a law firm? You talking about a lawsuit? then we're gonna call you John. Give a fuck if you go by Miss Kitty when you at the club. You John when you talking to me. That's all it is.
I'm trying to tell you, Dylan, because I definitely probably would have got fired because I'm like, I'm not about to play stupid games with stupid people. You get stupid rewards when you play stupid games. No, I'm not about that business. I'm not about that business. I am so sorry, guys. I am. I see your comments. I do see them. Let me see. Man Eat says that's because manga companies have better standards and practices that works. That's definitely true. And let's see. They take over the universe as canon, and if they get popular enough, they bleed over. Yeah, but my thing is too, I get tired of people trying to talk about how oppressed the LGBT community is, and yet you come into my fandom and you want to change everything to accommodate you. That goes against your whole entire message of we just want to be accepted. Okay, cool. Here you are. Here is some comic books. I hope you like them. You know what I'm saying? Are there some LGBT characters? Yeah. Here are original characters. Yeah, but I kind of want Robin and Superman and Iceman and Gambit and Alan Scott and Batman and Supergirl and Wonder Woman to be LGBT. Go write fan fiction then. Go read fan fiction. You know,
great answer.
Mean. That's not being mean, but that's where here you go. Here are original LGBT characters who are cool. You say you don't like them. Okay, cool. How come Batman? I'm sorry. Those characters are straight, baby. But it ain't about what you want. It ain't about what you want. If you want that, there are fan fictions. There's Tumblr. There's Twitter. There's Reddit. Go read them. Go read them. And that's not being mean. That's not trying to gatekeep. No, D Solar Knight. I just said Gambit on accident. I didn't mean to say Gambit. No, he's not LGBT. I just said him by accident. But I'm just saying, like, it's not being mean. It's just basically saying, like, hey, here you go. You know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is, especially with this whole new generation of geek people or whatever and stuff like that, they came into our community and they complained and changed everything. That doesn't even make any goddamn sense. How are you gonna come into a fandom and change everything about it? I'm confused. Make that make sense. Make that make sense. How you come into a community that was doing fine, that was open for you. It was open for you to go in, read, have fun, talk, and communicate with us or whatever. And you come in and complain, oh, the women are too sexy. Oh, the women are always wearing tight clothes and stuff like that. Oh, the men are being misogynist. Oh, there's not enough black people. Oh, there's not enough Latino people. Oh my God, how come Batman and Superman are LGBT? This is so unfair or something like that. How come Superman's not black? You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, hold on, hold the hell on, hold the hell on. Baby, I can see this ain't for you. Get the hell on. Exit stage left. And that's my thing. We let people come in that changed everything. And that doesn't even make any damn sense. And then you're trying to tell the fandom that they need to shut up and agree with it. No, that doesn't make any sense. Because if I have to agree with your nonsense in the comic books, then okay, I'm gonna enter the LGBT community. And guess what? Y'all might start changing some things for me too. There's no more gender queer. There's no more non-binary. There's no more cisgender. All right, all of that. There's no more of that. Little what's that? What the asexual bullshit. The pansexual. All of that nonsense. There's no more of that. There's no more of men wearing dresses just for the hell of it and be like, oh, I feel like both genders that day, or the same thing for female. I feel like both genders. No. You're either a man or a woman. Are you not? Are you trans? No? Okay then. I see a dick and I see chest hair. You're a man. Move on. You get what I'm saying? You wouldn't like it if I came into your community and change shit around. So don't come into my fandom and change shit around because you wouldn't like it if all the straight people start demanding a lot of changes from the LGBT community. People would get mad. You know what I'm saying? People would get mad if we start making demands of you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sorry, there's no more gay parades. What? Yeah, no, because you guys go too far. You go too far. So if I have to change my fandom, guess what? You're going to change your fandom. Gay parades out. Sorry. Gay clubs out. What? Yeah, you're gonna go to a normal club like a regular person, and you better start dancing like a regular person. Sorry, you don't like it. Oh, I don't like that voguing stuff.
You can count me in. You can count me in that crowd because I'm like, them straight clubs. They don't play the good music. That's all I know. I've been to plenty of straight clubs. I'm like, y'all playing shit from when I was in high school. I cannot abide this. I can't get down with it. What is it that the black guy from fucking Next Friday was like? I can't get jiggy with this shit. I can't get jiggy with it. You know what I mean? Like I can't. Yeah, I can't have it.
You know what I'm saying? Like if you're gonna ask me to give up a lot of stuff, I'm gonna have to start giving ballroom dancing Vogue stuff. Now you're done. You're done. Is you Madonna? No. I'm sorry. You're done. We're done with all of that. And that's what I'm saying. People would get upset if anybody start making demands like that for the LGBT community. I bet you if somebody didn't like me right now, I bet somebody would clip everything I said and would say that, oh, look at this homophobe who's just sat up here and ranted about everything that needs to change in the LGBT community. And then it'll be on news and all that kind of stuff will be like, this random YouTuber, he said all of these terrible things about the homophobe, the LGBT community and how all of this stuff need to change without even listening to what I'm saying right now. You get what I'm saying? But I'm just saying, I'm just being honest. If you're asking majority of the straight people to change vocabularies, change language, Dylan, Latinx, okay, Latinx, right? You get what I'm saying?
That's a racist term right there. That is absolutely a racist term. And I'm just going to go ahead and address this real quick. KS's, if you don't get out of the goddamn chat trying to talk about that Gunther goddamn song, I'm going to come and find you too. I don't even know you, but I'm going to come and find you if you keep talking about that Like Fire Tonight song. We're going to have it out tonight. You're going to catch these hands like fire tonight. I swear to God. I swear to God.
Oh, Manny's. That's a good one. No more little boys in drags. You either wrong person in drag, or there's going to be issues. Yeah. Oh, most definitely. I would definitely agree with this. No children in drag. No children at gay parades.
Oh, Anthony, why did you mention that, Anthony? Why?
Weirdos to stop shipping incestual ships in DC with the Bat family. Oh, that's gross. Yeah, they love.
Yeah, they do that shit with Jason Todd and Nightwing, and then they do it with Tim Drake, and it's just it's ridiculous. It's sick. Y'all are sick.
They're brothers, for God's sakes. That pisses me off about the Fosters, Dylan. Like, they're brother and sister. Well, but they're biologically. It doesn't fucking matter. They're still brother and sister. What the?
I was gonna say, like, why are y'all like shipping them together? I want to fuck around with them because I find them attractive, but I'm not part of the family, so it's okay for me to look at it that way. It's not okay for y'all to look at them that way. That's not how this works.
Right? Like they're still your brother and sister, regardless if it's by blood or not. You guys are still brother and sister. You guys have moms together. It doesn't damn matter.
I'm just getting Brady Bunch flashbacks right now. I'm getting that like movie from like the Brady Bunch 2. I think it was like the second one, and you basically had them. I don't know, the oldest two. They were like, "Oh wow, since your dad is back now, that means we're not, brother and sister." And I'm like, you're throwing away a couple of years of your relationship as a brother and sister just to,
yeah, no, that's not cute.
No,
hold up, let me see, because I'm gonna have to like actually go and drive, but I'm gonna see if I can actually pull this shit up on my phone, and then y'all can just listen to me.
Yeah, I mean, I did it 20 times with Kate and Fizz when they were doing a live stream. I was like, and I'm going to go on my phone and enter and just drive and talk. I was like, I know I tell you guys this all the time. A lot of my videos are in the car. A lot of the videos are in the car.
Ain't even no shame in it neither. That's why I'm like, I know I can get this shit working. I don't have to be gone because I still have stories to tell, apparently. So,
and it's just kind of crazy. Oh, and no more drag queen story time neither. I'm sorry, no. That's not cute to me. I don't care if it's for charity. I don't care what no. Grown men in dress and clown makeup on, to be honest. Reading the children, nah, miss me with that. Now, if they were just guys, sure. But you're doing too much. You're doing to leave the kids alone. They're kids.
Even parents are wary about leaving their, kids with guys even. And I think we need to see more men, tell story times. Like, we got to see more men. Like, not deep, like, no, not none of that, drag queen stuff. No, thank you. Like, how does a parent just leave them there and be like, yeah, like, we all know this other bullshit of, most murderers and, creepers are men. Yeah, so we're going to leave it with, there's a lot of weird, bad impressions connected to, drag queens. And I'm like, that's the last thing you really need right now is to, like, tell people, oh, well, it's okay to, like, dress like this all the time. And
because they don't want to seem like they're being homophobes or anything. And it's just like, look, I'm getting so tired of everybody's fifis at this point. It is what it is. If people don't like it, they don't like it. You can't make people like stuff. You know what I'm saying? You just can't. Stop trying to force people to like stuff. If they feel uncomfortable with it, they feel uncomfortable with it. No, ain't nobody goddamn scared of you. I need y'all to understand what the word phobia means. I need y'all to understand what phobia means. Phobia means fear of. No, if I don't like you, that ain't got nothing to do with phobia. Oh, you don't like me because I'm gay. No, I just don't like you because you're ugly and you have a bad personality and you do too much. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, what? Am I supposed to like everybody that comes my way? I'm sorry. I'm quite sure there are people on YouTube here that probably seen my videos, heard me talk, and probably say, I can't stand Trey. What are they, Trey-phobic now?
I mean, it is what it is, right? And it ain't what it ain't. It's all good. Exactly. But I will agree with Pete Orchard when he says that I'm not drinking enough. I know, Peter, you know that I drink a lot more than this. I'm trying, but I gotta go drive, so you gotta wait.
He has to get his tiger. Face it, Tiger.
Exactly.
You can get the jackpot. I expect a reimagining. Please and thank you.
Oh, don't worry. It's gonna happen. It will be happening. Why is this shit? It's telling me that I have to make sure I have a valid link. Do you want to try sending the link again, Trey?
Yeah, I can send the link again.
Yeah, so I can see if it'll stop being a hoe with me.
It being a hoe.
Peter, get off of Twitter. You know you're not supposed to be on Twitter when you're drinking. Stop doing it. You know you're not supposed to do that, bro. I know you. You know me. We know each other. We are family or some fucking gay ass Barney bullshit. But you need to get up off of Twitter when you're drinking.
He said, get off on Twitter. He said, I'm killing it on Twitter. Oh, I fear for what he means.
Exactly. That's why I'm like, Peter, get off of Twitter. You're drinking. You need to not be on Twitter right now. The same way I need to not be on Twitter talking to dumbasses when I'm drinking. You need to not be on it either. Okay.
Oh, wow. Okay. Right. Wow. That is a lot of comments.
Right,
oh, wow.
Send Dylan the.
You guys can like do whatever you're doing, and I'll just talk to the comments. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Desolarist Night. The story I'm writing has a Native American girl adopted by a Puerto Rican mom and Brazilian dad. Ooh, that's interesting. Like, you should totally let us know what kind of story it's about. So, she has a close competitive bond with their biological son. If anybody ships them, I'm suing. Oh, God. That's one sad thing I'd really hate to I know I'm probably gonna face if I ever release my own, comics. Because I do have a lot of interesting dynamics I've wanted to see in comic books that I've never seen before. Like there's this one type of superhero that I kind of want to see more of. More female superheroes with male sidekicks. Why can't we normalize that? Like, come on, we need to see more of that. Like, I don't know why. I think it would be pretty cute.
Wonder Boy. Sorry.
No wonderful. No, that's not what I mean. Like,
okay, all right.
because what I mean is like, if it was a totally different hero, because the only other hero I can really think of that would have a male sidekick would probably be Black Canary. I think that would be pretty cool. Like if Black Canary had a male sidekick, that would be pretty nice.
Well, I mean, they did kind of do it in the new Justice Society of America, where like Stargirl had stripes.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Her dad was her sidekick.
yeah. Like you could definitely do something like that, and I could definitely see like like a superhero's like dad or even stepdad like stepping in to be like, "Yo, I'll help you out to make sure you don't get killed and shit like that." But she's like the actual hero while he's just kind of like the sidekick or whatever. Like that could be
Yeah,
actually really cool.
yeah. I just see a lot of like, oh wow, wow. I'm gonna
All
have
right,
to
I
like
put
look.
it through the chat again, Dylan. Hopefully, you'll be able
Okay.
to use it. You know what's up? It's probably because you're already on here right now, and
That's a good point. Hold on. Let me go ahead. I'm going to leave from here. Don't worry, y'all. I'm not leaving forever. I'm just going to see if I can fix this shit on my phone. Hold up.
Lopez, are you? Trey, you better be writing down all them titles I've been sending. What titles?
Wait, what titles? Oh my God! Hold on. Wait. I've been talking a lot, Arno. Hums the Sweet Alabama, indoctrinating the kids. Even clowns are funnier than them. Look, there go Dylan.
Hey, okay, cool.
Did it Adam? Cool. Hold on, Dylan. There Dylan is. Ah, damn it.
Son of a bitch.
Yeah, you just threw. Okay,
yeah, there it is. Okay, yeah. So see, I'm still in here. See, here I am on my phone and shit. Although I might turn off the camera because my God, y'all see this shit? Y'all could probably see the pores on my face. God damn.
All I see is a really blurry image, so don't worry, dude.
Good. Well, I mean, that's not really like very comforting, but okay, good.
Don't worry, I worry about that all the time doing a video call.
Let's put this on here. Okay. And man, if I can, I'm gonna fuck with some stuff here. Okay. So we'll turn that off because I'm just gonna be talking so that way y'all don't have to be looking.
Titles. You're gonna have to send those titles back again because I don't even see them. Hold on, because they are everywhere.
Okay, so we should probably proceed to Rolling Dodges. Rolling Dodges.
He's even asking that question. Thoughts on Superman's rape and Vixen's bisexuality? Vixen being bisexual is stupid. We already know it was only doing it because T. Franklin really wanted to smash Vixen in one of her fantasies, and she took her fanfic story and made it an actual comic book. And we have
it's kind of really gross. I don't want to imagine what a giraffe tongue is like. Like, why do you need to give me that image? Like, the idea of that happening. I don't want to think of that. I don't want to think of it. Find whatever floats your boat if you're into, werewolves and shit. Fine, whatever. That's good for you. Keep it to yourself and whatever else you're reading, okay? Don't tell other people what you're into, because I'm just getting images of T. Franklin being into that kind of shit, and I'm like, girl, do you get out? Do you go to the club? Do you do anything to get yourself relieved? I don't care how you do it. Just don't bring it up in a fucking book. That makes me concerned, because Vixen isn't like that. If it was something else like a John Constantine book, I would imagine, that would probably not be a off thing for John to do or, be involved with. He's fucked with a lot of things that we probably don't want to know about, but that's part of his charm. Like, he can deal with anything, and I'm okay with that. But with Vixen, it's like, don't give me that image. Don't make me think of those things, because Vixen is, she's gorgeous. I don't think of her like that, It's just, ugh.
The fact that they
baby, oh my God.
The fact that T. Franklin said that she talked to a former zoo expert, and the zoo expert started describing the animal in such a sexual manner. I'm like, yeah, you're a weirdo. You're a weirdo. You little nasty. There's probably a reason why you don't work at the zoo anymore. They probably caught your ass fucking the animals. You little nasty
Yeah, I was gonna say that whole thing with the whole fucking like the giraffe tongue and then the rhinoceros lips. I was like, if you don't get the hell out of here with your nasty ass.
I know. I was like, oh, girl, you got fired because you was being nasty with the animals, and they were like, girl, the animals. What's wrong with you?
I was gonna say these animals looking at you like as if they're looking for a lawyer or something. What did you do?
Yeah.
Right.
We didn't need to know that, like, all that other stuff going on, like, during the comic. I get it if it's, I don't know, it's just, if you have that situation going on, I really don't want to see it. I know it's an adult-themed book, and yeah, we'll see a bunch of that, but with Vixen, I just can't. I'm just like, there are some things I don't want to know about. If it was a different character, it would be totally understandable if that was their kind of thing. But Vixen, I think she's too serious and, focuses on other things than, sex and that kind of element of using her powers to really do that kind of thing. Like,
But
yeah, they always pick like the most random characters to all of a sudden do this whole bullshit of like, oh, we're gonna switch up their sexuality. It's like, well, for one thing, that character was never that popular to begin with, so why would you be doing it with a character who needs more popularity first before you start doing these radical changes?
that's true. And then people were like, well, in DC's Bombshell, Vixen and Hawkgirl was together. The whole damn universe is nothing but full of damn women. They're all fucking each other. That's not a good reason to use this one instance where the literal universe that they're in is populated mostly full of women.
yeah,
Duh.
it doesn't make any sense.
I had someone try to comment me with that too, like, well, but she was bisexual in this like continue. Oh yeah, I forgot about Bombshells, just like literally everybody else did. And they're like, no, everybody still like remembers it. And they talked about the stories. I was like, did they? What was your favorite storyline? And they literally never replied. I was like, that's right. Because the only thing people fucking cared about with Bombshells was the 50s aesthetic that they, and don't get me wrong, they look cute. They look really cool in that like that look, but nobody talks about the stories. They talk about how they looked.
And their statues and figurines were hot commodities. I'm not gonna lie. Those figurines with them were pretty cool though. I'm not gonna lie. The Bombshell statues and posters and action figures. I was like, okay, they cute, but I don't care about the story. The storyline, nobody cares about the storyline. That's the thing that people need to understand. People didn't care about the comic book because if they did care, it would still be going on to this day. And it's not.
That's right.
I'm just being honest.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, it was cute for what it was, but I mean, nobody really cared about it like that. People cared about it because they were like, oh, they're dressed like with the 50s, like hairstyles and styles and stuff like that. Like, they weren't into it because, like, oh, well, I love the stories and it's like a really interesting take. Like, no, it was just, if anything, they liked that, like, a bunch of the characters were made lesbian for no particular reason. They just were.
And another reason too, Dylan, is basically they were also there just so DC can show off all their female characters in sexy ways. Because let's be honest, half of the poses that they were doing was like in pinups. I'm like, I don't understand what's the scenes going on. I don't understand why Wonder Woman's standing like that. I don't understand why Batgirl's leaning like that. But who cares? And because they looked it good. Let's be honest. It wasn't even more effective of them being lesbians. It was more of a fact of them showing off. Here are all of our female characters. Let's make it look sexy in the 50s, and hope you guys like it. Okay, people like it, but
that's where I would like to know from you, Kate, like seeing stuff like that. Like, did you find? I mean, I know you're not a lesbian, but like, did you find that in any way, like, just significant, momentous, iconic to you? Like, I mean, we all found it interesting for the same reasons, but like, did you find anything about that particularly significant?
Oh wait, Bombshells? Like, I forgot that was a thing, like
exactly.
I just know that one scene from like, John Constantine was turned into a rabbit, and I found that very adorable. But that's all I looked into. Like, I just really wanted to find some inspiration for my own story. So I was like, I'm gonna go through some, events of John Constantine, and that was pretty cool. that one scene. Everything else, I just forget. It's like, when they want to make something very good, but they have all this, designs and stuff, and it's good, but then the story just, I don't know about you, but it's just forgettable to me. And I hate when people use it as well, this isn't canon stuff. And I'm like, how is it in canon? Like, shouldn't they all be wearing this shit then? If they're like, if this is canon, or if like John would, recount the time he was turned into a rabbit. I mean, I'm sure he was turned into a rabbit in the normal universe, but nobody really knows about anything when it comes to that. And I'm sure nobody really wants to go into that. Like, I guess a lot of people just want to focus on some elements that just don't make any sense. And to say it's a series or official thing, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. Free Fire Pro. I am totally not a. Yeah, I shouldn't be saying that. I should not. I'm not
okay.
Do I need to be paying attention to y'all into the chat? I'm trying to drive, damn it, and y'all are over here like talking reckless, making Kate all uncomfortable. If y'all don't stop.
Oh, fuck. Shut. Okay. Just checking some of the comments.
I know, me too. I need to roll back up on some of these comments too.
You weren't offended by a woman, not offended by a sexy female. I don't know. I'm just like, wait, sexy female. Well, I'm confused now. Like, what exactly am I supposed to be doing? Like, guys, you're just probably thinking I'm very smart and intelligent, like a woman should be, but I'm basically Pooh Bear, like both physically and mentally. I'm just like, I got this like giant pot of honey on my fucking head, and I'm probably like, well, I don't know what's going on, but I'm sure everything's fine, and everything's probably.
All I'm going to say though is, if you are a John Constantine simp, don't even feel bad about it. I am too. Like, if I were ever going to hook up with any character, it would be him. Just because, like, not only do I know he'd be into it, but then we could both go smoke a cigarette like after the sex, which I mean just enhances it, in my opinion.
Oh my god! Look at what Arnold said. Good fan fiction, lots of dicks, comedic, ghoul grammar, bad fanfic, shitty grammar, nonsensical plots, gay for the sake of being gay. That is definitely true at this point, Arno. I mean, that's what Marvel and DC is at this point.
I've seen better fan fiction of female and girl love or boy love, that kind of thing. I see better fan fiction than what we get, and I'm like, okay, if these 13-year-old 14-year-olds can do your job, then we might as well go hire them, because at least they will make something worth selling. You guys are just like, oh, it's so awkward between us. Well, okay, why aren't you getting together? Or with Tom Taylor. Oh man, I really have a lot to say about Tom Taylor right now, because honestly, I'm just like, you have the potential to make an interesting love interest for John Kent, but you chose this guy. Like, I could tell you so many things wrong about this kid that I'm just like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, he doesn't have that much information about him. You're judging him based off of his looks. And I'm like, yeah, I am judging him based off his looks. If, I don't know, trouble just speaks to me when I see a fucking weirdo wearing a fucked up mask coming up and being like, this is the truth, or some whatever shit. I'm like, you don't build it up. It's annoying me. And did you guys read the latest one with Damian Wayne? And he's just like smiling when he finds out that John is like with Jane. I'm like, no, he's not smiling. This is wrong. I'm sorry, but I understand he's developing into a better character, but I just don't see him smiling after finding out his friend is with a boy. And I'm like, he would be like, whatever floats your boat, that kind of thing. He wouldn't be like, oh wow, dude, I'm so proud of you. And I'm like, this is not how Damian talks.
Hey, you already know why they use Damian to solidify the bisexuality, because it's like, oh, my best friend doesn't approve of it. I don't know what happened, because sometimes when we have significant others, our best friends' opinions mean a lot to us.
Yeah,
and they wanted Damian to be okay with it. But in the real world, Damian would have been like, Kent, what do you mean you're bisexual? well, you know, I met this guy. Okay, and
when did you ever look at another man in this kind of way?
right.
I don't remember.
Exactly.
I don't remember.
And especially because like Damien has like learned from like a world class detective. Like he would have picked up on some sort of like little cues or whatever of him like noticing other guys spending too long looking at like he would have actually picked up on this shit.
Yeah.
Right. It's the same thing with Tim Drake. That's like Batman was like, oh, as long as you're happy with him. No, Batman would have been like, Tim, you're not bisexual. Shut up. Yes, I am, Batman. No.
Speaking of Tim, like, did you guys see the art behind the issue 6? Like, Damien was not looking like Damien. He was like looking like fucking Tim, and I'm like, was Tom Taylor really gonna be like, yeah, Tim and Jay is gonna fight over fucking John Kent because we have fangirls that want Tim and John, Tim and Connor to be together, but we might as well give them the second thing instead with John. And I'm like, I feel like that's what he was gonna originally do, but then they were like, oh wait, no, in the editing room, make it Damien instead. We don't need any gay love triangles right now. Not now until the fans get used to it. And I'm like, the fans will never get used to it. Like, this is something that was never played out well. It wasn't orchestrated well. And if they want to do a gay boyfriend thing, don't make the gay boyfriend look like the cliche boy toy that everyone doesn't like. Like, I guarantee you, there's many people who would probably agree with me with wanting to start a Hunger Games. Wait, no, not Hunger Games, but like a game of basically have all these bad guys. And since Jay is vulnerable and invulnerable, then I want to see all these bad guys beat the shit out of Jay because whatever reason, not because he's gay or anything, but because of I don't know, he's just annoying to me.
Or at the very least, like show them trying to hit him or something. Like instead of big buildings falling down on him and shit, it's like no, show the villain actually trying to kill this motherfucker and show us his power.
Kate, Dylan, the chat is some freaks. The chat is freaks. You got Anthony over here talking about if he was gay, he'd date Matt Murdock and Peter Parker. You got whatchamacallit over here talking about he'll fuck Colossus. And then they over here, Arnold over here talking about I bet Luke Cage have a big black you know what. You know what? Y'all freaks. Y'all freaks. Now he's talking about Scott Summers and Warren Worthington III. Holy crap, the chat done turned himself.
I'm going to say, though, about Warren Worthington III, my boyfriend has a huge crush on him. So I will say that. That.
The chat done turned LGBT on me. Oh, sweet Jesus. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
We all know what's good looking and what's not good looking, okay?
Oh, my God. You guys are freaks.
Oh, wait.
Oh my God.
Andreas. Oh boy. I don't think Tom Taylor likes Lois Lane since he brags about how Jay is better. Wait, Tom Taylor, brags about Jay being better. I mean, I'm not surprised, but that's something stupid. Like, oh well, he's another journalist, and I'm like, you could have given John any other boyfriend. Like, how about someone who's not annoying? It would work. I would have loved it. I'm into, guy relationships, but I'm more into more of them being developed. I don't want this bullshit of, oh, wow, I'm gay too. Let's fuck. And it's like, no, that's not how relationships work. If it did, I'm
not into that whole date rape thing of like, oh, he follows people on my couch. Now I'm just going to kiss him. Like, no. That's not how we do things in our community. And don't you be presenting it as such, Tom Taylor. I take that as an offense.
Right. And another thing is, just because there are two LGBT characters around each other doesn't mean you don't be with each other, you dumbasses. That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works. Just because Jay is bisexual and John was forced to be bisexual doesn't mean that they're going to be into each other. It's weird that all of a sudden, and then you're like, well, nobody said anything when it's two straight characters because it's easier to believe a straight relationship more so than an LGBT relationship. When you clearly make two characters LGBT in a book or a show, and you put them together, it's unrealistic. Be honest. I'm just gonna be honest. It's unrealistic because there's no build-up. Because all of a sudden they into each other because they're the only two LGBT people around each other. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that
That's what
makes
I'm
sense.
saying.
Yeah.
This whole bullshit, it's so stupid. Like, all of a sudden, two gay characters are within proximity of each other, and of course, they have attraction to each other. Like, no, that ain't how it works.
It's the same thing when they do with black characters. They'll put two black characters together, and then all of a sudden, they like each other. And I'm just like, that's not how this works. Just because you put a black female and a black male together doesn't mean they don't like each other. I don't know. I don't know what life. I don't know what world you're living in, but you know what? The whole scene was rapey. To be honest, I don't care what I say. I mean, it was awkward. It definitely was awkward. I felt no chemistry, no buildup. It felt weird, and it kind of felt like he could have put something in John's water, and John woke up and was just all of a sudden into him. It is weird. It is
Definitely
weird,
is.
Yeah, because like the conversation didn't even go anywhere like for them to be romantic or anything. It was just like, well, I was taking care of you, like you looked like you were really sick, so I let you sleep. Like that's not anything romantic. That was just him like being a friend.
Yeah. Whoa, Free Fire Pro. Don't tell me nothing. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't got a chance to watch it. You know, I'll be working a lot. Man.
Oh my goodness, though. Oh, okay. Just seeing what else is going on in the chat. Okay, so wow.
Let's see.
Okay, Manny names. Having Jay being invulnerable to everything is going to be boring story-wise, meaning he'll never be in real danger because he'll never be harmed or killed. I just want one villain who is able to kill him. I don't care who it is. I'll pay them $1 million in comic cash. Okay, I'll do that. Please, just destroy this annoying.
For real, they do. They kind of do need to just like get rid of him. Like, I want this to hurry up and end. To be honest, like if you're gonna try to convince me that John Kent needs to be bisexual, you ain't convincing me with this character at all. You're really not. You're doing
if I wanted a very bisexual John Kent, at least make the other half interesting. It's like you're giving me a cardboard cutout of this character, and you're just like, oh wow, my mom is alive. Ah! And I'm just like, what? That's not how you do this. You build them up. If you're going to introduce them in the first book, fine, whatever. Lois Lane was the same thing, but make sure you have them not immediately get together. It's like, no, you don't do that. That's the opposite of a slow build relationship. I mean, with Clark and Lois, it took them several years before they were like, okay, let's marry them. Aside from the Lois Lane joke weddings where in the Lois Lane books, she was basically like, oh my god, Superman's gonna marry me. And let me admit, I love those fucking books, but at least those were really good. They had a plot. With like Jay, it's like you're taking inspiration from that, but worse. You're basically like, yep, they're together now. When did this happen? We're not gonna answer that. And of course, since we're still talking about Tom Taylor, I have to say one freaking thing I really been hating on Twitter. Like lately with the whole Twitter, we had like, aside from like T. Franklin, who was like starting shit with people, and there was another Harley Quinn writer who was actually going through some other shit. I'm not gonna name her because honestly it didn't really make any sense to me, because it was like, okay, Poison Ivy and Harley Quinn broke up, whatever, I don't care. But if you're gonna be like a sensitive bitch about it, like, not the writer, I mean the fans who like the ship, don't go after the fucking writer. They're just doing their damn job. This is something different, whatever. And I think she's been blaming Comicsgate, and I'm like, or gatekeeping in general, and I'm like, no, that's not how it works right now. But anyways, back to Tom Taylor. He was just like, writing his own auto fucking biography on this, Twitter thread. And I'm like, you don't need to explain this much, Tom. Everyone's going to know what you're going to say. And he was just like, oh, I have to go through this every single day. Like, it's the worst part of my job. And I'm like, Twitter ain't part of your job, you fucking moron. Right. It's not part of your job. Just
exactly. That's what you choose to fucking do.
Right.
But he was like 10, 20 minutes of my day goes into, reporting people and blocking people. And I'm like, you're reporting and blocking potential customers, readers, all that kind of stuff because you fucked up with making you fucked up with making John Kent buy. I mean, you could have done something amazing like, what if we decided that, John Kent is going back to being a kid slowly over time? I don't know how, but that would be more of an interesting story. And, John wants to experience a couple of things before he goes back to being a kid. That would have been a much more interesting element than, oh, he's a man now. He can do whatever now. And I'm like, no. Just give the fans what they want. Just do that.
My thing is, too, that I didn't like was when he was talking about how we should, that they're human and they deserve respect or whatever. And it's just like, no, respect is earned, not given. Y'all have literally scorned a lot of comic book community, and you cannot get mad that the comic book fans are outraged at this point. No, you haven't shown me enough. Tom Taylor, Tom King, T. Franklin, Akiza, whatever her damn name is, all of y'all have thoroughly destroyed everything I like about superheroes, and y'all destroyed these characters several times over. How can I respect you when y'all won't even put the shit back together? Remember what they had said in the old heads from comic books. They said that one thing you have to remember: these are not your toys. So at the end of your run, you're supposed to put them back together. You don't deconstruct them and you don't break them just to leave them broken for somebody else to come and fix them. And then what makes it so bad is they deconstruct, they break them down, then they break them down some more, and then they break them down some more, and they still ain't went right back to being who they originally were. Because the bullshit with Brian Michael Bendis when he aged up John Kent, that shit should have been out the door as soon as John Kent arc was over. That little arc was over, especially with the when Legion of Superheroes got canceled or whatever and stuff like that. That's when you should have, returned John Kent to a kid again, and we never talk about this ever again. Because
that's why I have the problem with like these writers and like fucking creators who like put the shit and they're working on characters in the Prime universe, but they act like as if it's an Elseworld universe, so they can do whatever they want, and then they just walk away from it. It's like, no, you made these like unchangeable changes to the character, and now we all just kind of have to deal with it moving forward because of what you chose to do.
Mm-hmm. And now we're stuck with the bullshit. I'm stuck with the bullshit. And what do you want? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? Please buy more of our books. Why? I'm human too. But guess what? Y'all didn't care about my feelings. Apparently, my feelings, comic book fan, don't matter. Okay, so since my feelings don't matter, I'm sorry, Tom Taylor. Fuck your feelings. I am. I'm sorry. If you can't respect the comic books who are telling you that this does not work, and you continue to double down on it, and then you try to block people, then you try to tell people that they're homophobic or racist or whatever because they don't like stuff, you lost all respect then. Because if you really cared, what you would have typed in, you would have been like, I understand you guys' anger, but bear with me. This story will get better. Trust me. We got an upcoming issue that's going to be something amazing for you guys. You didn't even try to convince us. Issue number 5 was boring as hell.
Agreed.
It was boring. It was awkward. It was weird. And John needed to go to the hospital and make sure that, his butt cheeks are still good. Because Superman's wasn't after up, and away. I mean, red and blue. I'm sorry, not up.
Oh yeah, we haven't talked about that yet, so I guess we probably should now.
Trashy ass book. What the hell? And then another thing too that we didn't even realize is, think about it. Red is for Republican and conservative, and blue is for Democrats. Like they're basically talking. If you're Republican, if you're conservative, you're a bad guy.
Yeah, it's this weird thing where they like they have this like fetish with taking like characters that are like well beloved by people that they don't like, and they're like, we're gonna deconstruct them and like tell them all the ways that the character that they loved isn't actually who they've always known. It's what we want to say it is. It's like, well, no, I mean that's you coming and putting on your fresh spin to a character that everyone has known and loved that we've understood for literally decades, and then you want to come in with some other brand new shit and do some shit that just doesn't make any sense for the character and act like, well, we put it in the comics, so that means you have to accept it. It's like, no, we don't. Like, there are a lot of dumbass stories that we don't talk about that no one remembers because they weren't good stories like this.
But what it didn't do, the stories of the past, yeah, a lot of some of them were just terrible. Some of them were just plain awful. But the stories of today has literally gotten people up in arms more so than anything else. And y'all can't keep telling me that you can't keep telling me that bad press is still good news. Because if I was in charge of DC comic books and I keep seeing all this backlash, I'd be like, all right, team, we need to come together because this ain't working. Clearly our audience isn't liking it. But the people on Twitter, fuck the folks on Twitter because our sales are in the tank. Just like that bitch over there on Twitter, the one that everybody's talking about on YouTube right now. She's over here talking about comic book sales has been up in 191.9% or something like that. Whatever. I don't care. I don't really care about that kind of nonsense. But she's over here talking about like, oh, look at how great comic books are doing and the sales are doing. How are they doing? Where are they doing good at? Because please, a few of y'all are on GoFundMe to fund y'all money because y'all ain't got no money. But y'all been writing some of the greatest characters of all time.
That's why I think that your boy Zach had a really good point when he put it on his community post. He was like, if comics are doing this great and sales are up this much, don't ever let me hear that any of y'all are making less than at least $75,000 a month for writers, $100,000 a month for fucking artists. Like, if the sales are up that high, y'all should be making money and y'all shouldn't be asking us to like help y'all pay your fucking rent. Because obviously the sales are up, so you're making money. So why are you complaining about like I can't make my rent and they're not paying me? Like, how is that the case?
Right, especially if you just said that this book is selling so well. Okay, if Harley Quinn Eat Bang Tour is selling so well, then you should be fine. No, Free Fire Pro. I am not talking about Dylan's best friend. I'm just talking about in general. When people, it was people on YouTube in general that was sharing that post that lady made on Twitter, and your boy Zach did make a video. Ethan made a video. They're all talking about it. But what I'm saying is, the math ain't adding up to me, and it ain't even got nothing to do with me being in the industry. It just got something to do with me knowing basic fucking math. It doesn't add up.
Like a very wise scholar once said, "If it don't make dollars, don't make sense."
Exactly, and that's what people don't understand. People try to be like, "Oh, comic book sales are doing better." How? Because if you just do the simple math, it is impossible. It is impossible. It is impossible. And remember, a lot of the artists and the writers back in the day still died broke. And back in the day, the comic books were selling way more than they are now. So you make it make sense. You make it make sense because you're not making these sales like they used to back in the day. But if you look at the math, you look at the charts, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that, first off, the numbers are fudge. You can tell the damn numbers are fudge. It don't matter. It doesn't matter if you're comic skate. It don't matter if you're left, right, A, B, Z, 3, E, F, G. It don't matter. It really doesn't. Look at the charts. Look at what they're showing and really understand that this doesn't make sense. You can't talk about you're doing well and complain the next day about, oh, this book isn't doing well, or, oh, I'm not getting this much money or whatever, stuff like that. I mean, when you got Ethan, Zach, and them saying that we're us normal people are making more money than those writers. I'm sorry, that don't make no logical sense to me. But at the same time, let's really look at it. Let's really look at it for instance. If DC and Marvel was making as much money as they were back in the day, why did the comic books price go up to $5 to $6? Right? Why did they go up to $6 a floppy? Okay, and then on top of that, why is each issue from Marvel having 20 damn variant covers? DC 3. DC has about 3 to 4, depending on which character it is and depending on how long or the anniversary of whatever character. But Marvel literally have almost 25 variant covers for just one comic book. And they upsell that to $7.99, and sometimes it goes to $10. Then it's upscaled on eBay and whatever to $30 to $40 because it's a variant edition or whatever. And remember, the comic books aren't selling to us; they're selling to the stores. Okay, so if I want to get the Alex Ross variant cover, which is a 1 out of 55, that means I have to order what? 55 of them whole ass comic books in order to get the Alex Ross cover, because I know my customers want the Alex Ross one, which means that if I was a comic book person, I have to upsell that one in order to make back the money I spent, because I had to pay 55. I had to pay 55 on it. So what? That's probably about $10 or whatever, stuff like that. So that's like what? If I'm doing my math right? Oh shit!
It sounds like you're doing it right. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, that's what ends up happening. They have to like order like at least 25 to 30 like copies of the regular cover just to get one of those. And to try and recoup the cost of ordering all of those regular covers, they have to charge you about $25 to $30 for that one fucking cover because they only got one. So they need to try and recoup the cost somehow. And they know that's the cover that people actually want. So it's like, but they end up like limiting their consumer base even more because not everyone's going to pay $25 to $30 just for that cover. So they have to try and make it enticing to maybe the 1 or 2 people who would actually pay that price for that particular cover. It's not tenable. It's not sustainable.
It's not. And it's like, think about it. Manga don't have variant covers and don't even have fucking colors. You might get lucky if you get a special edition manga where half the manga is colored, and that's rare. But even then, you know, it's one comic book. So if I want My Hero Academia Volume 1, there might be 3 versions of that book. That's about it. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. But the basic one, the one that most people get, is the first ever cover, right? And that's it. And what Dan don't do, they be like, oh, look, here's a special edition version if you want to. They only do that if there's an anniversary coming up, or they're about to re-release the entire collection over again, or they commission the artist to do something special because it's celebrating something within the manga itself. Other than that, they don't do that. With Batman, like, okay, here Batman 92 is coming up soon, or whatever. I forgot whatever issue it's on right now. Okay, cool. There is probably, I believe, about 10 Batman variant covers, right? Again, the comic books aren't below $3 anymore. The starting cost is $5.99, right? That's $6 and probably 40 cents tax, depending on where you're at. You know what I'm saying? So, or $6.24, depending on where you're at. So you're already dropping almost $7 just for a 24 floppy. But they got 10 variant covers by famous artists, and they also have comic book shop variant ones, which those are even rarer than the ones that are already commissioned through DC. Again, you gotta buy the comic book shop. Okay, here's Alex Ross Batman cover, right? Okay, 1 out of 150. So that means the comic book store gotta buy 150 of those just to break even, and just to get it up, because that means you have to charge the customer almost $150 to make up for the loss of revenue. And then DC be like, oh, our books are doing well. No, they're not doing well because you manipulate the comic book stores to buy it. And I understand, some people be like, you don't have to buy it, but customers want those variant covers. And sometimes the artists aren't allowed to sell those variant covers until after. And when they do sell it, it's way more. Like, have you been on J. Scott Campbell and Alex Ross's site to buy a regular artwork from them? From the cover of work that you want, that stuff is like 30 to 200 to 500 at that point. You know what I'm saying? But on a comic books page, I'm paying maybe $20 something. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's the thing that's what when they say, oh, we're making money. Yeah, because you manipulated the prices in order for that to work. Manga hasn't went up. Just to be honest, I'm not gonna lie. Manga ever since I was younger, manga has been from either $9.99 to $12.99. That's it. I've never seen it go past that. I'm not saying it doesn't, but for the most part, it's been that since I was young. But at the same time, guess what I'm getting? I'm getting almost 300 pages of story. I'm getting 300 pages of story. DC, Marvel, you can't charge me close to $10 for that, for 24 pages of bullshit. And then about 19, no, I get 19 pages of story, and the rest of it is infomercials for your upcoming comic book that I don't even give a damn about. You make that make sense. Then you can't. Then my thing is, how the hell you have a floppy and halfway through the damn floppy the art change? What? So you got me in with Jorge Hernandez, and then you put some talentless cow art loser to finish up what Jorge Hernandez was doing. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. I brought the book because I like the artist. You think I brought the book because I like the writer? No. Like, it's crazy. It is what it is, to be honest. I mean, but let's be honest. Let's really stop pretending like they're not manipulating the books. I'm looking at an old book. Here is Fantastic Four. Let's see. I forgot what issue it is. I think it is. Oh, hold on. I'm gonna have to open it right quick. I have it little thingy. Let's see. Fantastic Four. Childhood Ends, and they don't tell me the number because they got a different cover on it, so they don't tell me the number of it. But it is. Oh wait, no, it's Fantastic Four 1961 245. And guess how much it is on the cover? How much I had to pay for it on the cover? Any guesses?
I'm gonna say $10 at least.
I mean, you went way too high.
Oh wow!
I was like, hey, you better aim for the stars.
I paid $1. I paid $1 because it's $1.
I mean. And I've gotten lucky like that on some of like the variant covers of like my local comic shop and shit that they'll order. They get like those like retailer incentive ones or whatever. And I'll just be there like checking out to buy my weekly books, and like the owner will literally come to me and like, here, this one's for you. I'm like, all right, thanks. And he hands me like a fucking thing that they have marked as like $12 to $15, and they just give it to me for free. I'm like, I appreciate that because they know I spend money in the store, so that's why. But like at the same time, I'm like, damn,
it makes sense. It makes sense. Mm-hmm. It makes sense. But look at this. This is an old comic book from 1961, issue 245, and only spent $1. And I even have a Morbius one, a Morbius first issue. The Punisher. I'm sorry, this is the Punisher one. This is his from Marvel Edge, November the 1st, his first issue, and this was only $2. Only paid $2 for it. Now that makes sense. When we stay in the $1 to $3 range, you can get way more. You can get way more for that price. You get what I'm saying? I keep trying to tell people you get more bees with honey than you do with vinegar. I don't know why they keep spreading vinegar on this stuff and think we supposed to run to it. No, we don't do vinegar. Sorry.
Nah, these comic book companies like to treat us the same way that chicks on fucking like Twitch and shit like to treat their fans. Like, you're just a paycheck.
Oh well, you ain't getting this paycheck. I can tell you that. You better go over to Fart Girl over there and you get her money. She farted. Hey.
She been in the hospital, Trey. She had hurt herself trying to squeeze all them damn farts out.
Nasty ass. Helpful.
Literally.
I'm not gonna knock nobody for getting money, but at the same time, it's just like that's nasty. You're nasty. What do you do for a living?
Yeah, I'm always like, get your coins, girl, but at the same time, I'm like, ooh, you gross.
Yeah, like, what do you do for a living? Oh, I fart in jars. Ugh. That's gross.
Damn, you don't need money, girl. You need Jesus.
Well, I make 50K.
I'm like, that's fine, but I'm still not coming over to your house because I don't know what the hell you done farted on.
And just like Free Fire Pro, they do upscale the prices. They do. They upscale the prices and then be like, oh my God, look how amazing we're doing. Yeah, because you manipulated the market in order to make up for the loss of revenue. I keep trying to tell you, one more day killed a lot of customers for Marvel and Spider-Man, definitely. All new, all different. Killed a lot of people. The new 52 know it killed a lot of people. And they were like, oh, well, the first 3 months. Yeah, the first 3 months because it was something exciting. And then what happened after those 3 months? DC fell off a cliff. It fell off a literal cliff. Them books all went terrible. And you're just like, holy shit. Holy shit. You know what I'm saying? And then you think it's going to get better when Marvel said, "Oh, we're done with all new, all different. We're going to bring back the characters that you love." And everybody was like, "Okay, cool." And then he said, "Hey, we're going to do DC Rebirth." Everybody was like, "Okay, cool. Let's go, then." And then as soon as they were getting people back with these books, they self-sabotage themselves. Then they spike the prices up past $3, and then put so many variant numbers and so many events. And then again, they're confused why people walked away from it. I don't understand that. I really don't.
Lies, sister. It's the lies for me.
I mean, I could be there others too. I mean, if farted in jars make you money, I'm not going to tell you not to do it. I just think you're nasty because it's just like, really? All right. You couldn't have nothing better to do. All right. I mean, but hey, sometimes if you want a lot of money, you gotta sell your soul. I'm just being honest. So it is what it is with all that kind of stuff. So yeah, the whole comic book shit they need to stop lying. It's just like when Kelly Sue DeConnick admitted on that podcast. She was like, wait, hold on, I'm confused. She was like, well, I'm worried for the comic book industry because comic book stores are closing. The comic book prices are going below. Maybe 50K is barely selling, and I'm just like, whoa, hold on, Kelly. You can't be worried about the comic book industry because remember, if you don't like my comic books, you don't like my politics, don't buy my comic books. Okay, cool. Mm-hmm. What people didn't buy your comic books? I don't know what to tell y'all. Y'all can't keep telling people don't buy shit. Okay, cool. People showed you. Or did y'all not see what happened with Star Wars? Remember, Star Wars used to be a juggernaut in merchandise. Star Wars barely can move merchandise anymore. And there used to be aisles in stores dedicated to Star Wars. Again, barely can move Star Wars merchandise unless it's classic stuff. And for a reason always sold out. So I don't know what to tell y'all. It's crazy how all of this goes, to be honest. Are y'all talking about there's Transformers that are LGBT? Shut up. They're robots. I'm not entertaining that conversation. They're robots. No, done. We're done. There's no such thing. There's no such thing. I'm not. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it.
No one's business. Kate and Dylan, how do you guys feel about Hippolyta Wonder Woman? I personally love the idea. Oh my goodness! What the hell?
No one's been talking about my video that I posted, and he's been wanting to get you guys' opinion about my video about Hippolyta being the Wonder Woman of the past, like during the JSA, because you know how the DC kind of merged the JSA to the Prime Universe, where World War II did happen, but Superman and Batman never participated in it, but Wonder Woman did, but it's not Diana. And I said, wouldn't it be cool if they just bring back it where Hippolyta was the mysterious woman, but they didn't know Wonder Woman until Diana Prince came to man's world during the time of Superman and Batman heroes.
I mean, that's what they ended up doing, like in a past continuity, where they were trying to figure out like how do we reconcile the fact that like Wonder Woman has been around since World War II, but now she's here in like the 80s, still like the same age and such. So they're like, okay, well, actually, what happened was like through a time warp and shit like that. Like it was actually her mom who was inspired by her in the present day, so she went back in time into the golden age, and so it was Hippolyta who was actually Wonder Woman, and then like cyclically she ended up like inspiring her daughter, even though she was inspired by her daughter. It's very like convoluted and very like confusing, but like when I read the story, I was like, all right, I see what y'all are trying to do.
Yeah, but my thing is, I was just like, instead of trying, because again, remember my video about how Wonder Woman is a failure, sort of, is because they keep getting convoluted with it. So what I'm saying is, why don't we just, if you want to style a Wonder Woman and you don't want Diana to be this old character, because Wonder Woman can't come before Superman. I'm sorry, guys, Diana might be immortal, but it doesn't work. It doesn't work when we have Doomsday Clock show how much Superman is the central focus to the start of the DC universe. You have to have Superman be that hero in order for Diana and Batman to do what they do too, because it all starts with him. And remember, with World War II and the JSA, those heroes did exist, but they were lost to time, because you remember all the recordings back in the day couldn't really record everything about them. But those heroes were there, but heroes weren't as big as they were until Superman came, which is the Superman effect. The world kind of the superheroes and villains kind of started when Superman entered the world. You get what I'm saying? So you can't really have Diana as that first hero. It doesn't make logical sense. That's why I said Hippolyta should be the one that's doing the World War II stuff. And what I'm saying is, people knew of a warrior woman, but they never gave her a name. And what I'm saying is, when Diana comes to man's world is when Wonder Woman, the official title of Wonder Woman, comes. But most people didn't know Hippolyta, the mysterious woman, was Hippolyta, and they didn't know what to call her, because she was a mysterious being who would show up and help and then get the fuck on when she, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I had made that video of, instead of, because you know how DC's trying to line Diana up with the DCEU Wonder Woman. It's like, no. It doesn't work. That doesn't work. That may have worked for the DCEU, but not the comic book Wonder Woman. And that's why I'm saying. That's why I said that. You know.
I can see that.
Yeah, agreed.
That's why they wanted your opinion on what you guys think.
Honestly, I'll just state the obvious, because Dominic brought it in. There was also the romance with Wildcat. I want to see that romance. I want to see Hippolyta in a romance with Wildcat. You cannot convince me that would not be a good ass, badass, power couple there. I want that so badly. Come on, it has to happen.
Girl, you're a freak.
I just think it would be interesting to see Ted, interact more with other women aside from. Wait, when was the last time Ted had with that one chick for Tomcat? That's the only woman I can really think of because my brain is like down. Like I can't think of anyone else right now. So
that's another character they've forgotten about is Wildcat. Like, damn, we ain't seen Wildcat in a long time. And no, I don't mean from High School Musical.
And I think a lot of people keep thinking about the female Wildcat. I can't remember her name, but I'm just like
Yelena something.
Yeah, that one. And I'm just like, I want to see Ted back. I want to see him kick ass. I want him to like, insult Bruce Wayne and be like, "Yeah, what's with you, pretty boy? Yeah, you get back down there, fight, do whatever." I want to see Bruce like, get spit on by Wildcat. Like, I want to see more, interactions of Wildcat, commenting all like on the newer teenage superheroes and calling them like, little pussies and bitches and stuff. Like, I want to see that.
And how he trained a lot of the characters of the DC universe, like that would be so cool to kind of see. And it's kind of crazy how they went to the third Wildcat instead of actually they didn't even go to Wildcat's son Tomcat. It was like, I mean Werecat. Like, how do you skip over Ted's son and go to the female one? Like, get the hell out of here with that bullshit.
I mean, I'm gonna say like I actually did enjoy her character. I definitely will. Like I like the way that they brought her in and all that stuff. But yeah, I mean, if you're going to do anything with the character, like just bring back the one that we all know and love, like the one that we actually appreciate. Because I mean, at this point, the character of Wildcat doesn't have any like appeal to him anymore because y'all haven't done anything good with him. So you might as well just take it all the way back to the classic and like rebuild the like fan base because you don't have a fan base for him right now.
Right. Like, it just, oh god, it just doesn't make any sense. Hold on. I think somebody said something. Let me see what they say. Hold on. Well, Mitch, the reason why we're talking about Hippolyta being Wonder Woman at the time is because DC is trying to make Diana a mortal being. But what I'm saying is most modern people didn't know Wonder Woman until after she came to man's world, right? But why would she be come to the earth, come to man's world during World War II, right? And then disappear until Superman show up. It doesn't make logical sense because the character can't be around until Superman show up in the universe. So that's why I'm saying because think about it, Hippolyta knows a lot about man's world during a lot of stuff. Like in the Wonder Woman books, she knew a lot of things, and we come to find out it's because she also has a mirror that lets her peek into the world outside of man, which gives her the ability to know everything. What I'm saying is what will solidify the reason why Hippolyta doesn't want Diana to go to man's world is because she experienced World War II. So, and she knows the ugliness of man's world. And for Steve Trevor, the first man to ever come onto the island, and Diana wants to take him back to man's world, she worries for her daughter because she's seen the very worst of man's world because she fought in World War II. It makes more sense why Hippolyta is so jaded towards man's world. Why? Because if Wonder Woman experienced that, it doesn't make sense why Wonder Woman would be jaded towards the world neither. And the EU did that for her, and that's fine for her Wonder Woman. But we're talking about DC Comics Wonder Woman, and Wonder Woman can't be jaded like that. It doesn't make logical sense for her to be that jaded about man's world. But Hippolyta being jaded about it, her being worried about man's world, her don't want to lose her daughter, and her don't want Diana to experience the awfulness of man's world is more reasonable because of the fact that she fought in World War II. Makes sense? And she's not called Wonder Woman at all. Like Hippolyta not going to be called Wonder Woman. Nobody would know who she is. She just wears a version of the Wonder Woman suit before it becomes the iconic Wonder Woman suit that Diana wears. Does that make sense? Okay, cool. Now I think there was somebody else said, oh, Also, on the topic of Diana, I like how they made her a demigod like Cassie. I prefer Diana being Clay brought to life. It was very unique. Yeah, I hate that they did that. It just bothers my spirit that they took Cassie's storyline and gave it to Wonder Woman in the New 52. It was weird, to be honest. It really was.
Oh,
I hope that Hippolyta lost. Yes, yes, that's exactly what should happen. Exactly what should happen. But does that make sense? Okay, cool. I'm glad that makes sense. Okay, unless you got anything you want to add on to it.
Not really. Like, what else have we not talked about? Oh, right. We were warming up to that. Like, one thing. Like, honestly, you guys know which one I'm talking about, don't you? The tea.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Dylan's best buddy. But yeah, let's just let's start off with talking about the debate that's going to happen on Sunday. I know a lot of people are like looking forward towards, but is it forwards or towards? Whatever. Like you get what I mean.
Forward. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Forward.
But yeah, we have I keep forgetting names. Trey, you tell it better than I do. So.
Shane Davis and Youngsley Lynn are going to be facing off against Nerd at Newsstand and another guest, I believe.
Yeah, we don't even know who that is. So
on Sunday.
All I know is fuck that bitch. I hope she loses. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. I will put my opinion out there. I mean, I'm not here to mince words. Y'all have never known me to mince words. I ain't friends with the hoe. I don't ever plan to be friends with the hoe. It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen, and I will absolutely make sure of it. I don't give a fuck. You talk shit about me in the public, especially when you're on a debate with somebody else. You want to point out my comments, now you can talk shit about me. It's fuck you to the death of me. Like that's how it's gonna be.
I mean, and since Dylan brought it up, Dylan, why don't you tell the chat what happened? Because I was kind of confused too when she kind of like brought you in there, and I was just like, what the fuck?
It's like a debate, not like a memory down whatever lane. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, honestly, it's a debate. Like, why does she always want to go into that and be like, yeah, like, oh wait, did you guys know about this guy, this gay guy? Not gay, but this guy over here, he made fun of me in public, and I'm like, now you're publicly announcing it to the world, and nobody's gonna ask you questions. I'm sure
I was like, you really trying to come for me while you're in the middle of something else? Like, okay, then I mean, it's no holds bar. I was over here keeping my silence because I was like, we had our spat, we did our thing, and then we both went our separate ways. That's fine. I'm gonna keep it at that. You're the one who decided to be a bitch and like bring up my shit so you could like take your opportunity to talk some shit while I wasn't there to actually like respond. Well, granted, I responded in the chat, but like I wasn't there on camera, like in the stream to actually say anything. Okay, I see what rules are playing by, and it's a good thing. I'm gonna stop myself before I finish that particular sentence because that could be potentially perceived as a crime. So the only thing I will say, no, is I'm serious. Like I can't stand this bitch. Like the one thing I will say, she wants to call me a liar because I don't like her. I don't like her. Like, if y'all have been in the chat on EVS's stream, Ethan Van Skyver's stream, if you've been in the chat during one of Young Ripa, Eric July's streams, y'all have more than likely at some point seen her because she used to be in there. I don't think she's really on Eric's like streams anymore ever since they had their debate. Like she's just been kind of been like in hiding and shit. So I don't really think she's been there anymore. But if y'all have been there, y'all have seen her in the chat acting like a straight up troll, like just there to like disagree with them about shit that they say and all that kind of crap. So like I saw that plenty of times. Granted, at the time, her and I had we had interacted. She would like comment on my videos, and she would say like she liked my video or that she would give me like a recommendation for reading a different book, and I was like, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. Like I probably wasn't going to read. Like I remember one time she wanted me to read I remember what it was. Oh, I think it was like The Worst Guys or something by Aubrey Citizen, which I had actually read the first issue and it didn't impress me like at all. So I was like, all right, whatever. If she liked it, that's her own thing. So that was the most we ever had, right? That was the most interaction we ever had. We never really like had any deep conversations or anything. So I'm seeing her act like a straight up troll in other people's chat. And I was like, you know what? This ain't okay. Like, this is not, I don't respect that. You know what I mean? Like, when you come into the chat just to talk shit, knowing damn well that more than likely they're not going to say anything to you. You're probably just anonymous. Like, I don't respect that. That's bitch tactics. That's just subversive type of shit. And I don't respect that. If you want to talk shit to somebody, where I grew up, you do that shit to their face. You know what I mean? Because if it's going to be a fight, you're going to do that shit, but you're going to do it face to fucking face. Like, that's the only way it's respectful. Otherwise, you're just a scared little bitch who wants to talk shit and never actually have to face the consequences of that. Like, I mean, I understand not everybody was raised that way, but that's how my mom raised me. It's like, if you're gonna talk shit about somebody, you do that shit to their face. Because if it's gonna be a fight, you're gonna fight them face to face. You're not gonna be talking shit behind their back because that makes you look like the bitch. So when she started doing that shit, I had noticed one day that when I would go to my YouTube studio, the creator studio, y'all know what I'm talking about. When I went in there and I would look at my subscribers, I noticed one day that all of a sudden she was gone. And I noticed that she was gone after I had started calling her out in the chat. Now, granted, she never talked to me in the chat, but I would like notice her and then I would be like, yo, she's just here being a troll. Like she's in here acting stupid and all this shit. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, this bitch saw me talking about her, like calling her out on her shit, and she didn't like that. So she decided to go ahead and unsubscribe from me. So I take to my personal Twitter. Now, granted, just full disclosure, as far as she says, she doesn't have a Twitter. I don't believe that. I'm pretty sure she has a sock puppet account somewhere. But according to her, she's not on Twitter. So I was like, all right, fine. You know what? Not that I'm trying to hide anything from her, because literally the night that I started talking about her, I literally tried searching her out. Because I was like, if I'm going to talk about her, I'm not scared of you knowing that I'm talking. I will literally tag you in my shit where I'm talking shit about you because I'm not scared like you. So I literally searched her out on Twitter and found out, okay, she doesn't have one. And then I found out even the deeper story, like she left Twitter after she had some like beef with EVS, and then she decided, okay, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. So she hadn't had a Twitter since then. I was like, all right, well, fuck it then. I'm not gonna make a video about you. Like you're not worth that much effort, but I will tweet about you. So that was where I decided, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna like tweet my shit. And so I just tweeted it out. Didn't really have anything to say about her. Where I was like, you know, she unsubscribed from me, and it's more than likely because she doesn't like that I support Ethan Van Sciver, and then I'm also like, you know, a fan of Eric July's. Like, she probably just has that problem. She decided to unsubscribe from me. So I left it at that. You know what I mean? I was doing my thing. It was late at night. I had been drinking. You know, I hadn't gone in on the bitch. If I wanted to, she would have ended up crying, but I didn't go in on her like that. So I was just like, all right, whatever. And I just kind of left it alone. Next night, or no, that same night, I watched one of her videos talking about something having to do with the comic industry, and Kelly Sue DeConnick talking about how, yeah, sales aren't as great right now. Like we're trying to like, you know, do something about that. And I commented on it because she like made this whole video talking about like, well, you know, it's not really the fault of the creators. It's just a bunch of like hater fans and shit like that. And I was like, no, that's not the type of thing. Like my comment was literally having to do with what she said in her video, where I was like, no, Tristan, I have to disagree. Like, I don't think that it's on the fans. I really do believe it's on the creators who aren't telling stories that people actually want to buy anymore. That's why like readership is down. He replies, this bitch decides to reply by talking about like, oh, well, you know what, you need to stop talking about me like and lying about me on social media and saying that I unfollowed you for all these reasons or whatever the hell, because like that's not even true and you're just like lying and shit. I was like, okay, I was like, that's kind of funny. Like I make a comment on your video about what you were actually talking about, and you decide to attack me about some shit that I said on my Twitter that has nothing to do with this. Like that was your response to this. So I just kind of left it alone. I left it at that. And I even noticed like I had more likes on my reply to her than she had in her like first, like when she was trying to just talk shit to me. Like people on her own channel were liking my reply better than what she had to say. So I was like, you know, whatever. So I left it alone. This bitch decides, oh no, she's not done, y'all. She ain't done with me. She decides to come to one of the videos I did on my own channel to talk some shit to me, and again say like, you're just a liar, you're lying about me on social media, and I don't respect that and all this type of bullshit. And I was like, yeah, I really don't care. I was like, I don't give a shit. And she was like, and that's why you delete. I did delete some of my tweets just because some of them I was like, okay, this tweet is a little bit incoherent because I was drinking, like my grammar was fucked up. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna delete it. So she tried to like come at me for that, like, that's why you're deleting tweets. And I was like, I can delete whatever the fuck I want from my social media. Like, you're not my social media manager. Like, I don't have to answer to you for that shit. So I left it at that. And then she kept trying to go on talking about like, oh, you're just pathetic as a man, bro. Like, I'm gonna delete my comment now because like you're just pathetic as a man. I was like, bitch, I don't care what your opinion is of me as a man. Like, it's completely irrelevant because you aren't even enough of a fucking decent human being for anything you say to matter to me. And again, she stopped replying. My reply got more fucking likes than her did. And I was like, see, everybody fucking agrees with me. Like, I don't know why you think that you have a good point here. Like, not only does everyone know what a bitch you are, they're not even backing you up. Like, your own people are not backing you up. And you think you're going to come at me. So, like, I don't even give a shit. And I left it at that until, Trey was having his debate with her. And then she decided to go ahead and highlight one of my comments. Again, it had nothing to do with us. My comment to Trey, because he was talking about how he had like talked to Tyler Hoechlin, the guy who's playing Superman now on the Adventures of Superman and Clark or whatever. I mean, Superman and Lois. And he was talking about like how he asked him like, do you use butt pads or is that your real ass and all that shit. And I was like, Trey, I was like, I think that you care a little bit more about men's asses than I do, and that's really saying something. So I'm just saying. But like, she decided to go and highlight that and be like, yo, this is the guy who like, he lied about me, and just that's all I'm gonna say about that. I was like, really, bitch? I was like, again, I talk about what y'all are actually talking about, and you decide to bring your petty bullshit drama into this again. Like, it's very obvious one of us has not moved on from this shit, and it ain't me. So
that's why I was like, yeah, because I didn't know what to say because I wasn't expecting her to say anything about it because I'm like, I'm confused. I feel like I've been tossed in something that I don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and that's where I felt too. That's why I was like, why are you gonna blindside Trey with this shit when y'all are trying to have a fucking conversation, and then all of a sudden you're gonna come at Trey with this shit, or like you're gonna try to come at me with your bullshit while you're talking to Trey? Like, why don't you stay on topic, stay focused on what you're actually doing instead of trying to like attack? If you have something you want to address with me, we can do that on our own time. Maybe you can make a video about me. I don't give a shit. I'll be there in the comments. Go ahead and do your thing. But when you're talking to Trey, how about you actually have like your attention where it's supposed to be?
Yeah, because I'm just like, because I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, do we need to bring him in? Because I mean, if you want to, because I was just kind of taken back by when she kind of came out of nowhere and said it so fast, and I'm like, what? What's going on here?
Yeah. Like, and that's what I'm saying. And like, I agree with Dominic in the chat. Like, I also listen to like Eric streams, and I definitely do not agree with everything he says. I think he's a little bit too critical of the like industry and everything like that. But I understand why. It's because he's in his own headspace right now as a creator. He's wanting to like support his own books and stuff like that. I'm like, okay, that's cool. I completely understand why you're doing it, where you're coming from. Like, all of that's fine. But I'm not going to be one of those people who's like, oh yeah, the industry is dead. These companies suck. Everything they do is just terrible. I'm like, no, there is some shit still of value. If you don't want to like engage with it anymore, I understand. But I'm not going to be one of those people who's just like overly pessimistic, like a lot of the people in his chat usually are. I'm like, that's not going to be me. But I will listen out of respect because I do respect like his opinion and shit.
Yeah. I mean, because I was thinking like I wanted to kind of ask her like but I was just like, but I don't know the situation. I wanted to be like, do you guys need to talk about it or something? Because I mean, like my thing is, if you got a problem with him, just go ahead and bring him on the show and y'all have y'all debate about it. And I feel like that's how back in the day, that's how we handle things. We talk about it or we go outside, we fight, and then we be like, all right, now let's play some video games. You know what I'm
Exactly, yeah. When we were growing up, it was like, okay, if y'all need to work some shit out, go roll in some grass real quick, and then y'all come back inside and like everybody move on. But that's clearly not what she wants to do. I'm like, okay, that's fine. If you just want to do this whole like petty bullshit of just like talking about each other every so often, for one thing, you're not gonna catch me doing that. I could give a fuck less about what you're doing, what you have to say. Like, I'll talk my shit now because you decided to go ahead and make me a target. So yeah, now we're gonna be talking some shit. But before, I was willing and content to just move on. I was like, it's in the past. What happened, happened, and it's over. We're not friends. We're not going to be friends, and that's fine. I don't need to be friends with you. But now she's made it to the point of like, no, we need to actively be enemies. Okay, that's cool. I know how to do that shit too.
Yeah, yeah. I just thought that's why I wanted to talk about it, because I was just like, what happened between y'all for her to even have randomly brought it up in the in the debate? Because it's just like, okay, I don't know what him is saying, because what you were saying was something like, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, I get what you're saying, Dylan. And then I highlighted another one of your comments that I was talking about, and then she interrupted me and said that, and I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah. That's where I was just like, what are you even doing? I was like, and especially because like when we were going through our whole bullshit, like between the two of us, like she was over there saying like, I never had anything bad to say about you. I always thought you were one of the better reviewers. I was like, thanks. I know that because I put in the fucking effort to be. So like, I didn't need you to give me that validation. I wasn't living and breathing or living and dying based off of whether or not you thought that I was good at what I was doing. Like, I make my videos because I find them entertaining. Like, if you found them entertaining too, well, maybe you should actually try doing that shit instead of always defending the industry. But that's not what you're worried about. You're always worried about trying to protect people that you think are your friends because you've had them on your channel. It's like, they ain't your friends, girl. They came on this shit because it's free publicity to them. That's all it is. And you're just too dumb to realize that shit. And I hope to God, Tristan, I hope to God you're listening to this shit because you still ain't shit. You ain't never gonna be shit for none of that. And I hope that you understand that, internalize that, because we ain't ever gonna be friends. So I could give a fuck less what you think about me.
Oh my goodness. Like, honestly, I think we should totally go into more details, like, of what we've kind of noticed with the whole debate thing. Like, when I was watching the debate, I was like, okay, Trey's got this in the bag. He's got all this, he's answering these questions. Like, he's not bringing any of this bullshit up. Like, honestly, it felt like she was just going crazy. Like, honestly, I know a lot of people are like, oh, well, woman can't be called crazy, but she was going crazy. It was like, okay, why are you bringing up this point for, like, this, or you're trying to cover your ass in this conversation? And I'm like, okay, it's a debate, but if you're going to bring up other shit aside from the debate, then why are you wasting everyone's time and, calling up petty bullshit that doesn't need to be called up? It's like, you say, like, she's always like during the channel, debate, during the debate, she was like, I want my, space to feel, safe for everyone. And I'm like,
apparently not.
No, like, you're not saying, like, your actions and, what you're saying to, like, Dylan, that doesn't tell me I'm safe. Like, what if I become your target, like, next week? If I say something stupid, like, in a video, and then you come marching into my video and being like, talking in this weird, like, goddess way, saying I fucked up because I said I hated Brian Bendis. Like, I always say I hate Brian Bendis, but why are you taking it so personally? You're not fucking Brian Bendis. Like, that's what I'm, like, feeling from this bitch. Like, I'm sorry for calling her a bitch, but, like, every time I see her debate or every time I see her do anything in general, she's always, like, covering tracks. Like, okay, what are you covering from? Like, what is it?
Like, what is the point? Like, what are you getting from this? Like I said, like, she treats them like they're her best friends, and she's like, they don't know you like that. Why are you acting as if they're your best friends because you had them on your channel one time? Like, they don't know you like that, girl. Like, they're not your best friends. And you trying to, like, pretend like they are, it's so fucking annoying, and it's so pathetic. It really is. I'm like, are you this desperate for validation from other people that you're like, well, if I shill hard enough for them, then they'll, like, be my friends? Like, that, girl, that's sad. you almost make me want to cry for you if I didn't think that you weren't worth it.
Oh yeah, didn't she like okay, I know on Shane Davis's stream he talked about her for a couple of like, good minutes, and he was bringing up that she wanted to debate with him on a specific date during, Christmas time. And I'm like, who fucking debates someone during Christmas? Like, okay, do you not have a family? Do you not have friends? Are you just this desperate? Like, what the hell?
That's what I'm saying too. I'm like, what is even the purpose of what you're trying to do? Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, what she's trying to accomplish by like having this debate with Shane. I'm like, it doesn't. You're not doing anything. You really aren't.
I mean, I ain't gonna lie, guys. I tried my bestest. I know. I mean, I don't think I did bad. I know there was sometimes she did get me a little bit. The Mayday Parker thing, she got me. I definitely.
Yeah, she was kissing your ass, and you were like, "Oh well, like that's okay." Right now, like you were just like, for a minute, you were like, "Oh wow, she's actually nice and friendly,"
Well,
and then
yeah,
oh,
I did, and then I didn't. I think I think y'all already know the one thing that kind of pissed me off was the whole cancel culture thing. I think that one, like, because when she was trying to tell me I'm not to interrupt her, but no, I'm going to interrupt you because you're trying to call me a lie about that kind of stuff. I don't see how me because that's why I brought it up earlier in the stream, is because I'm like, nobody's watching my video. I see that now. Because if you're watching my video, I went into the whole thing and I did say, okay, I don't want the man to get. I mean, I'm not saying the man has to lose his job or anything. He can probably get another job. But at the same time, I also did say that I feel like he needs to leave the X-Men because it doesn't seem like he likes the X-Men. I think he needs to get fired, and I think Marvel needs to clean house. I don't understand how that is cancel culture. Can somebody explain to me how is that cancel culture? Because I think that he needs to get fired from the X-Men, and the people that are working in Marvel X-Men, they all need to get fired too, because clearly they don't like the X-Men, and you need people in here who cares about the X-Men. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for that? Please let me know, because I was trying to figure out how it was cancel culture.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like that's what she wasn't understanding. She's under this assumption that cancel culture is somehow like, oh, well, you don't like this person, that means you want them canceled. It's like, no, we don't want them on this particular book because from what we've seen so far, they suck at it. That's what we're trying to get them off of it. It has nothing to do with saying like, oh, well, they should never work in the industry again or anything like that. It's like, no, we're fine with them working in the industry, just not on this shit because they're not doing good on it. And if they're not going to listen to like open critiques, well, that's fine, but maybe you shouldn't be on that book anymore.
Yeah. And I thought that's what I made perfectly understandable about the little thing. Free Fire Pro said she asked Trey if he was left and he supports cancel culture, and that threw him off. I mean, yeah, it kind of did throw me off when she went into the left, but then she's like, well, you don't have to answer. And I didn't answer. I was like, I don't give a damn about politics. I don't care about politics.
Just like none of that shit has anything to do with anything.
Just like when she was trying to talk about Gina Carano. I don't give a damn. Don't give a damn. I really don't. When have you seen me make a video about it?
That's why I found that so weird. I was like, why? And especially because I was like, why is she asking him if he's left when I'm pretty sure she is? So I'm like, why would that matter to her? Is she trying to find like some sort of like common ground with him or something?
And I couldn't be left because what I'm saying goes against what they're saying.
Oh wow, Anthony. That makes a lot of sense right there. Like, yet Nerdette wants to get Amber Heard fired, in which that is, in her own logic, cancel culture. Exactly. Ooh, and speaking of which, you guys notice that she tends to do a lot of, Amber Heard videos, and it's like, I think in the debate she was actually asking, I don't know if she was asking, but like, bringing up, why are you like making this many videos about this subject? And I'm like, well, you also make a lot of videos on a specific subject, and I know it's ongoing. But if you're going to be judging someone off of like, one video they made, Trey only made one video about that green X-Men book. And I'm like, you can't just bring that subject up without being like, double standard yourself. It's like, you can't. It's just,
Yeah, like she doesn't even make any sense with the shit that she tries to do. It's like, you're very obviously making these videos about Amber Heard, talking about like what a terrible person she is and all this shit, like, which that is engaging in cancel culture, where you're like, oh yeah, she's just a terrible fucking person beyond redemption. Well, that's cancel culture. Like, if you were to say like, well, I don't like her in the role of Mara, she doesn't do a good job of capturing the character, they need to recast her. That wouldn't be cancel culture, which is very much what Trey was doing. But what she is doing is actually cancel culture by saying like, oh, she's a terrible person. And I do agree, Amber Heard is a terrible person. Everything that I've heard about her so far, I do agree with that assumption. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm not trying to see her never being able to find work again. I do believe people are like able to improve themselves if they want to. I don't know if Amber Heard wants to, but I think she can if she were to put in the effort.
Yeah.
I just don't. For me, I just didn't like the double standard for WB. To be honest, it was just like, what was that? And on top of that, I don't think I made a video talking about Amber Heard at all, or the Johnny Depp thing, because I was like, okay, everybody else does one. Like, I mean, because it was a popular topic, just like the Gina Carano thing. If I really was a drifter or trying to do that kind of stuff, don't you think I would have made videos about that kind of stuff? But I don't care, because I mean, it's not that I don't care. It's just that it's not interesting enough for me to talk on it, because you know, it is what it is. Do I think what they did? The only thing I would say is what they did to Gina Carano was wrong, regardless, because she didn't do it on her job. She did it outside of her job, and I'm tired of people trying to take what you do outside of your job as something for you to get fired from, especially when it's just tweets. Now, if she was conducting in sexual acts or attacking people, like literally attacking people or something like that, I can understand her getting fired. But from what people are saying is that she had made some tweets. People were harassing her, and then they fired her because she didn't want to bow down to apologize to offending the SJWs or the left or the LGBT community. I don't know. Don't care. All I know is I don't think she should have got fired, because the reason why I'm saying that is because her co-star was saying a whole lot of stuff too. So I don't understand, like, okay, if he's allowed to say this stuff, why is she not allowed to say this stuff? That was my issue the most. Right is right, fair is. Doesn't matter. If you're going to keep and then do the Amber Heard thing, if you're going to keep Amber Heard, you have to keep Johnny Depp. There's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. If she is to stay in Aquaman 2, he needs to be in Fantastic Beasts, Secret of Dumbledore 3, whatever. I don't care. So that was my only thing. I don't think I made no videos about it. And if I ever talked about it, it was probably like a hit and miss. You wouldn't even know it. And that's it. Y'all never see me focus on those subjects at all. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So
I'm just like, she's so super obsessed about this shit, and it's like, we know that the only reason why you're really probably that obsessed about it is because, like, you know, it gets you views on your channel. Because, like, we were talking about this before, she does not get very many views on her videos when she's talking about anything else. Like, it doesn't work for her, and I guarantee it's because she's not interesting. She doesn't come with any new fucking take that you couldn't find by spending at least 2 to 3 minutes on Twitter. Like, it's not that hard to find people who would say the exact same shit as her.
That's true, because it seems like they only like her when she talks about the Amber Heard thing. And I mean, again, there's no knock against her, because I don't want nobody to be like, oh, Trey and Kate and Dylan, they just want to bully her. No, ain't nobody bullying nobody. Ain't nobody manipulating nothing. We're talking about it because it was in the debate, and people, they want to talk about the debate, so it is free, open for us to talk about the debate, just like when people made several videos about Nerdette and Eric July's debate, which is kind of funny that I can't even believe people even cared enough to even make a video about their debate. which is hilarious to me.
What was funny to me was how many people were trying to say like Eric lost the debate. I was like, how did he lose the debate? By the end of the shit, she was like agreeing with him and saying like, oh, okay, now like I finally understand your position on this stuff. I was like, if that's losing the debate, then I hope I lose every debate I'm ever in.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was so weird and awkward when, I saw a lot of people, say, "Oh, she won," and I'm like, with what evidence? Like with this upcoming one, we're gonna see, Nerda either lose it on stream, like I guarantee it. Like, I don't know too much about Shane and Yanzi. I just know that they're professionals. They're in the field. And Nerda, okay, what exactly was she doing? Did she release any books? Did she make any books? Did she write any? Did she understand the complications of being in the industry? No? Okay.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was saying too. I'm like, she wants to like speak with authority on something that she has zero experience in, and we're all just expected to like take her word for it. I'm like, no, just because you've interviewed a few people who've been in the industry doesn't mean you actually know shit about the industry that they're in.
Right.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I'm a student in art school and shit, and I'm learning everything about illustration. But I know I don't know as much as actual professionals. I mean, I can talk about the difficulties of making rough drafts and stuff for specific comics. Fine, whatever. But I won't have that much experience of talking about it too much compared to a professional who's been in it for like 10+ years. I'm not gonna be able to top that because their word is a little more, there's evidence behind it. They've experienced it more than I have, so I'm not going to judge and say, yep, I'm the better person to talk about it. I'm the superior person. And she's like, okay, can anyone in the comments tell me, has Nerda ever said she worked in the industry or affiliated into the industry of making a book of some kind? Like, she talks like, oh wow, the sale numbers are great, and I'm like, the sale numbers are bad. I mean, yes, you have comic stores buying these fucking books, but are they selling? Are they selling? I can tell you, I've seen people have difficult times selling books. I even see some people actually begging their customers to just take one of these shitty ass books. Like I've witnessed it, and I'm like, oh my goodness, like, oh my gosh, you have to see them beg.
I really do feel like whenever I listen to her like on a debate with other people, she always was like, "Oh my god, well, haven't you read Swamp Thing? Like, Swamp Thing was the best book." I'm like, okay, what are you going off of other than the fact that you personally enjoyed that book? You want to act like, well, I enjoyed it. That means everybody loved it. It's like, no, you have zero evidence to back that shit. Like, I heard her do that shit with Trey. I heard her do that shit with Eric July, where she was like, well, you haven't read this book? Like, that book is amazing. It was so great. And I was like, okay, but have you heard from anybody else that they enjoyed that book?
Yeah,
because like with the Swamp Thing thing, I was like, I mean, yeah, I kind of enjoyed the story too. I was like, but it wasn't the greatest story I've ever read for her to be like bringing it up in every conversation.
Yeah, and that Wonder Girl, I'm like, girl, I don't know what book you reading because we must not be a damn book because that book is boring. And she was like, well, Cassie and Donna showed up. Okay, but that
took them a while.
Yeah, and it's not like they're the main characters, which it should have been one of them. I don't understand how you do a Wonder Girl book and you have two of the original Wonder Girls not being the face of that book instead of Brazilian Booty Wonder Woman. Because I mean, think about it.
Should have built that up, and Nerd, it's just like, oh, it's the most biggest masterpiece ever, like that I read, and I'm like, girl, like as a fan of Wonder Woman, I've read a couple of books here and there. I didn't see any good action in that. I wanted to see something amazing from a book like this. Yes, an origin story is important, but I think building it up with a oh, who is she? Then if people are asking who she is, then we go into the origin, like at issue 6 or issue 8, 12, whatever. Like then you answer the questions. Right now, people want to see action. You can't just expect us to like her based off of her origin because it feels that's more of a movie thing. Like you don't start with a movie. Is this making any sense to you guys? Like
No, it makes sense. That's why I had said that's why I said in the debate, I said it is written like a damn CW show because it was written for CW. It really was. It was written for CW. The book literally starts off with her leaving her city, getting on a plane to go to Brazil, and literally she saves the day for like a little bit. Now, if any of you guys seen a CW show, don't most CW shows start off where the character isn't in costume, never been a hero before, but something tragic happens in front of them, which causes them to use their powers, and then later on they start experimenting with powers, and then they start becoming a hero by probably episode 5 or 10, depending on how far you at. You know what I'm saying? So it's not a comic book; it's a show. But it's written like it's supposed to be a comic book. But these are shows. It's the same thing with Static season 1, Icon Rocket season 1, and Hardware and Swamp Thing. Those comic books are written like shows, and I understand that that DC needed work or whatever or something like that, or they're trying to build these characters up. But you got to do it in an interesting way. You can't just give a brand new character a comic book and then don't go nowhere with it. Like if you compare the original, if you compare Sandra's introduction to Wonder Woman, where compared to Yara Floyd, Wonder Girl Cassie feels more genuine than Yara Floyd because Yara Floyd comes out of nowhere, and you're expected to like this character or know much about this character. And to be honest, I don't like the character. She's Brazilian Xena the Warrior Princess, to be honest. And she doesn't even have the fierceness of Xena the Warrior Princess. But if you look at she's drawn look more like Lucy Lawless than anything else. While Diana acts like Xena the Warrior Princess instead of Wonder Woman. So I want to know DC comic books. Do you guys have a fetish for Xena the Warrior Princess? I mean, I love my boo thing too, but at the same time, you can't write every woman who's a princess like Xena the Warrior Princess. Hell, they even had what's the girl name? Amethyst. They had Amethyst acting like Xena the Warrior Princess, and I'm like, again, who? I mean, again, I like these characters. I like Xena the Warrior Princess, but every female character who is a princess, who has a sword, or just a warrior princess in general, is not Xena the Warrior Princess. And you shouldn't write like Xena the Warrior Princess. But that's what they do. I mean, Yara Floyd is just mild Xena the Warrior Princess. You know what I'm saying? While Amethyst is mystical Xena the Warrior Princess, and Diana is bloodlust Xena the Warrior Princess. Damn.
Yeah, I just cringe every time I think about that. Oh wow. Guys, don't bring up Mom, please, please, please. Right.
No, that book was trash. That book is absolute trash. It has zero redeeming quality. I know some people have said, like, well, the art is pretty good. I'm like, no. The story is so fucking bad, it actually made the art bad. Like, there is nothing redeeming about that. But I read it, and I was like, it's literally like Emilia Clarke sat down and said to herself, how can I make men look as bad as I possibly can? Like, as if I hate men so much, I never want to see another one again. That is absolutely what she did.
Yeah, I know she's liked it. Apparently everybody's saying in the chat that she liked it, Mom. I don't know how she liked it, Mom, because Mom was.
I don't know either, and it's just disturbing.
Yeah, understandable. I mean, it is what it is with that one, and yeah, and I know everybody else gonna talk about the other one thing too. Yeah,
I thought the armpit hair was pretty good. No. We are not going into the armpit hair. Makes me think about other places where
God, I wish that was the only problem with it. Like, it's so much more than that, Peter. Like, you remember, if you read that shit, you know exactly how many other problems there were with it. The farting. I'm surprised they didn't have her, like, whenever she's on her period, that she just gushes rivers of blood. Like I would be amazed if that wasn't a thought that she had at some point. Like maybe she could make a river of blood to drown motherfuckers in. I'm like, you need to stop, Amelia Clark. You must be stopped. You need to never be around comic books ever again. I don't even want to see you at another comic convention. If I see you there, I will escort you out.
Oh my god. I don't want to think about all these weird powers because even for girls, like, we don't talk about, the period. We do not talk about that. Like, not unless we're demanding shit. Then we gotta talk about that.
I mean,
That's the only thing
apparently it's the most like pressing thing on y'all's mind literally every minute of every day during every day of the month, apparently.
I mean, luckily it's 5 issues, so we didn't have to deal with that nonsense. But I know another thing that kind of bothered me too was the Batman situation that we had in the thing. And the one thing that I hate is like I hate when people try to almost make it feel like I'm less than something. And it felt like that's what she was trying to do when she was trying to tell me like how wrong I was about Robert Pattinson and Zoe Kravitz as Batman and Catwoman, as if because she's a person of color, I as a person of color should like her. And I don't like stuff like that.
Yeah, like that's what I hate too. Whenever they're like, "Oh, but this character is gay now. Don't you feel more represented?" I'm like, "No." And the fact that you're trying to bring that shit to me and act like that's something I'm supposed to be proud of, like you can go fuck yourself. Like that's not how this works. Just because you put a rainbow flag on the damn character doesn't mean I'm supposed to love everything about them and they're now my new favorite character. Like, no, my favorite character is still Dr. Midnight, who's Catholic. Like, and that's the reason why I love him. Like, and I've had people try to tell me like, well, Dr. Midnight would hate you as a person. I'm like, I don't give a shit. He's a fictional character. The hell is the matter with y'all?
Yeah, and that's what I didn't like talking about. Well, Eartha Kitt was Catwoman, yeah, but DC doesn't acknowledge her hardly. Yeah, she showed up in Batman 66 book, but again, who reads the Batman 66 book? Hardly no one. That's why the book got canceled. When they do Catwoman celebrations, do they celebrate Eartha Kitt and Halle Berry? No, because they knew it was stupid. They knew it was stupid. And remember, as soon as Eartha Kitt got on there, the ratings went down. Everybody know. Look, Eartha Kitt is a fabulous actress, and I'm never going to take that talent away from her. And she can purr like nobody else can. But let's be honest, they put her on there, the virtue signal, and thought that people were going to be okay with seeing a black woman on the show in a time period where interracial stuff wasn't big. So can we stop with trying to use moments of when they put a character of another race on there? It ain't worked well for them. It really hasn't. As you can see, the CW, who is current at that kind of stuff, and oops, guess what? The CW's for sale. It doesn't work. You can't.
It really doesn't
change people's minds about that kind of stuff. Again, I like Eartha Kitt, but that was the wrong choice for her to be Catwoman. It really was. Catwoman is not black. Well, they've been trying to. It doesn't matter. 80 years, the character has been white. When she was originally created, she was a white woman with exotic features. Newsflash: there are white people who have exotic features. It doesn't mean that they're half white, half something else. They just look exotic. Just like there are black people, Asian people, Latino people who just look exotic, who look like they're mixed with somebody, but they're not. They just got lucky in the gene department,
Yep. Yeah, precisely. And what was hilarious about that Batman part of the debate, I was just like, okay, what's she getting at? And then she's just like, oh, well, Patterson's Batman is the most accurate Batman. And I'm like, okay, I can disagree with you and agree with you in some content, but basically I think she means that, it was based off of a comic, even though, it's not really well known to people. So it's like, okay, I understand, like, because I was talking to this with one of my friends. We were like, okay, this is actually based off of, Batman ego. And, Bruce is like, not Bruce Wayne, the playboy just yet. He's just, depressing as shit. And, there's that. But that doesn't mean he should look like he just walked out of a very weird party involving overlord emo dudes. Like, I'm just saying, he doesn't need to look like that. He can be depressing. There's a lot of attractive men who can pull off a very good depressing, attitude. But if he looks like an emo edgelord, I don't want it. I don't want that to be Bruce. I want him still kind of hot, but not, just messy a little bit. That's as far as I can say when it comes to how it's presented in that film. And I understand it's based off of, Batman ego, but you're kind of wrong with how it's displayed, with fans not really liking it. Like, you can't tell me, oh, wow, it's good because it's based off of this, but whatever. I'm convinced she's just probably going to...
Exactly. That's why I have brought up the whole, you have to remember what people remember of Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. A lot of people who didn't read comic books are used to post-crisis DC comic books. And within post-crisis, that means Justice League Unlimited, Batman 1989, and Superman the movie, right? That's what most people see. When you go that far away from those characters and what people will expect of those characters, you can't get mad that people don't see those characters, because I don't see those characters in those characters. Like, look at Robert Pattinson's costume. How in the world is that comic book accurate? What costume is? Well, it's based off of Batman Arkham, a video game that
it really isn't though. Like, it annoys the shit out of me that bat logo on his chest doesn't even have the bat ears. It's just two wings.
Well, it's a gun. It's the gun that he used. The gun that killed his parents. He split it apart to make a symbol out of it. And I'm
gonna tell you what it is. It's stupid. That's what it is.
I know it's stupid. You ain't gotta tell me twice. I already know it's stupid. And then he has a collar. Why does he have a collar for? Who is it for? Because if you're talking about it's based off Batman ego and Batman Year One, well, he's the Year One. Look, baby, come on, stop being stupid. It's been 80 damn years. We know what a damn Batman costume looked like, just like we know what a Catwoman costume looked like. I ain't in the business of teasing a better costume later on down the line. This is the first looks that they gave me, and the first looks are trash. You're not about to convince me anything different from it, okay? It's ugly. Catwoman is literally got a ski mask on her damn face and a motorcycle jacket, and that's it. All right, Batman.
And I don't know if y'all saw where Halle Berry was over there giving like Zoe Kravitz some like information on how to be like Catwoman. I was like, hold on, Halle, we love you, girl. We do love you, but your Catwoman was trash. I don't think you need to be giving out no advice unless it's what not to do. But
you know what? At least Halle Berry's Catwoman wasn't even Catwoman. She knew. DC knew.
True. She wasn't Selena Kyle. She was literally somebody else.
Yeah.
And I can't say too much because that was my boyfriend's favorite Catwoman and everything. But still.
Yeah, it wasn't Catwoman though. And let's be honest. Say what you want, but that Catwoman costume was bad as hell on Halle Berry. I was like, you better walk it, girl.
I mean, hey, you could put Halle Berry in some trash bags and a goddamn ski mask, and she's gonna look okay. But that's neither here nor there.
Yeah. But I mean, like Zoe Kravitz don't even look like Catwoman. Like, what is that? Are you kidding me? How many Catwoman costumes have we seen? Anne Hathaway's Catwoman costume looked more like Catwoman than what Zoe Kravitz got on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Are you kidding me? And then Riddler looked like trash bags threw up on him. Okay.
Yeah, I don't like that whole like Zodiac killer type of look they got him in. I'm like, what are y'all doing? What is this? What is this? This is not my Riddler.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, these characters aren't. And then my thing is, okay. So you want me to agree with race swapping? All right. Let's say I meet you in the middle, but you got to meet me some kind of way too. And they're never meeting me any kind of way. they're always going so far left that I'm just like, for God's sakes, I can't keep doing this. I can't keep doing this. And when when one of the guys was like, "Who are you to have that opinion or whatever? Who are you to tell me not to have that opinion? You white bastard! Like you're a white person. I don't understand how white people think they can tell a person of color how to feel about people of color in movies and film."
Yeah, that's one thing I don't understand either. When they're like, "Well, you're black. Why don't you like that they made this character black?" It's like, because it's not faithful. Like, did you think that he's just waiting for them to make every character black? Like, to me, that comes off as more racist than anything else. Than like, well, we made the character black. Aren't you excited? It's like, no, motherfucker. Like, that has nothing to do with this shit. We want good stories, regardless of the fucking skin color.
And then when she said, "Oh," and then when I said they've been doing it in plenty of movies. What do you? They've been race swapping in plenty of movies. No, they haven't. Named some. Really?
Yeah, she acted like that was a huge thing. Like, oh, they're doing it all around, and nobody has a problem with it. And I'm like,
capitalism. It's capitalism or whatever. Like what you're trying to say.
Yeah, don't forget about that. It's all capitalism's fault. Like, don't forget that, y'all guys. It's all about capitalism. She made sure to throw that shit in there.
Oh, okay. How can it be capitalism when they're losing money on it?
Mm-hmm. That's why I was like, as a capitalist, like I literally felt offended. I was like, you stupid dumb hoe. Where are you even coming at with this fucking argument? Like, what is this that I'm listening to? I felt like I should have been paid by her to listen to her stupidity. You know what I mean? I was like, if I'm gonna listen to this dumb shit, somebody should be paying my ass.
And then what was the other one? The other one was like, what was it? That what she said. God damn it. Shit, I just lost the goddamn thought. What? No, not the race thingy, not the what was it? Well, we already know about the whole Gal Gadot thing. I mean, she kept bringing that up as if that was something.
Oh, I do have one thing I'm going to ask y'all about real quick because I seen it earlier. Well, not earlier. I saw it like yesterday. There was, I don't know if y'all what fucking story was it? Was it Avengers Forever? No, it was something else. But anyway, there was something like where they went into the future and they're talking about, oh, there's a new Black Panther at some point, right? In the comics. Mm-hmm. And they showed where it was like very obviously was Mary Jane who was wearing the Spider-Man costume, and then there was a Black Panther jumping down with white hair. And they were like, see, it's obviously Storm, because who else but Ororo would be picking up for T'Challa, because, you know, they were very closely linked. I was like, okay, that makes sense. But here's another suggestion. White hair, cat persona, how do y'all know it's not Felicia Hardy? How do we know it's not Black Cat? Because she's literally already called Black Cat. And what is a Black Panther if not a Black Cat?
Ooh. People would lose their mind. People would lose.
Could you imagine if they did that shit, how pissed off people would get?
Yeah. Yeah, people would definitely be pissed off about that kind of stuff. And then what got me was when she was saying I had hypocrisy about the Wonder Woman thing, but I'm just like, but Wonder Woman is technically Greek because her mom is Greek, but she is an exotic woman though. And I'm just like, as long as she's not Latino, Chinese, and Black, it doesn't really matter what woman you get as long as she can pull off looking like an exotic white woman. And that's what Gal Gadot looked like. She looks like an exotic white woman.
That's what I was saying too. I was like, she's over here focused on like the colorism, or more so like the ethnicity. Whenever she like brought up Kang too, she was like, "Oh, so you'd have to find someone who's purple." I was like, first of all, bitch, he's not purple. His mask is blue, and secondly, it's a mask. He's a white guy. Like, where are you coming at with that shit?
And then the guy was like, "What about Tombstone? What about Michael Clark Duncan in Daredevil? Well, you think he should have played? You think he should have played Tombstone?" Yes, if given the opportunity, yes, it makes sense to make him be Tombstone. Because guess what? Tombstone doesn't get enough profile. You get a black actor, a famous black actor, to play Tombstone, then it raises up his profile, and then in the comics they can use him more. I mean, don't get me wrong, Michael Clark Duncan is an amazing Kingpin, but it is weird.
Yeah, he did great.
I mean, when I was little, I was like, but why did they make Kingpin black? You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, I was reading the comic books at the time. That's why I was just like, I always thought it was weird. It's always jarring when you see characters being race swapped or gender swapped, especially when you read the books. You know what I'm saying? It's just a natural reaction. You can't change that. For
my
people.
whole thing is, like you said, Michael Clark Duncan is an amazing fucking actor. Like he brought it to that role. But the thing is, that role was great because of his acting prowess. You could have literally called him anything else, and I would have accepted that he was the big bad. Like, you didn't even have. The only reason why I accept him as Kingpin is because he was cast as Kingpin. You could have called him anything else, and I'd been like, all right, cool, yeah, he's the villain in the movie, and it would have still been good. But only because they called him Kingpin, I was like, okay, yeah, he played a pretty cool Kingpin. But that wasn't required for me to like the character. Like, I liked him more because of like the acting prowess that he brought, not because they called him Kingpin.
And then another thing that what she said when I had said, well, instead of race swapping the characters, how come you don't bring in original black characters? They do bring in original black characters. Where?
Yeah.
Where? And she was talking about the characters that were race swapped into those characters. Those characters are not originally black. They're originally white. She's like, because we got too many white people. My God, then you don't use them. If it's such a problem, don't use the white characters. Use the diverse characters first. The diverse characters are literally sitting on the shelf. And she's like, no, they're not. Yes, they are. What?
They are.
How many?
Because don't nobody care about. They only fucking clap when they race swap the character.
That's what I'm saying. They literally race swap a character in order to bring them black. And then when they race swap them, they think that they're doing something good. Oh, look at me. Look at me. I did something cool for you guys. What?
It's like, you didn't do that for me. You did that for the paycheck, motherfucker. Like, it's nothing to do with us.
Right. Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? And that's the only thing. Those are the things that really bother me is when she was trying to call me out about my hypocrisy of race or whatever, and the whole thing with the what was it? God damn it, the cancel culture thing. Because I was just like, what are we even talking about or whatever? And then she's like, I'm obsessed with race. How am I obsessed with race when every time y'all have an opportunity to bring in original black characters or original LGBT characters or original Asian characters or whatever, you guys take a classic white character that is well known by everybody, and then you make them another race or another gender or another sexuality, and then put it out there, and then get mad when the fans, call you out on it. You can't get mad that I called you out on it because it's stupid. You knew it was stupid. And you knew I would be upset about that. And then you're going to try to reverse my words and try to make it seem like, oh, yeah, it's because you're being racist. What?
Like, imagine being that fucking person. Imagine being the person to tell a black guy, or I know you're half black, but to tell a black guy, like, oh, well, you're being racist because you don't like this race swap. It's like, no, maybe you should listen to him because you're the white girl trying to tell him he's supposed to like it. Like, ain't that some type of shit? Ain't that same type of shit?
And then did you see the white guy that was on her channel and was trying to like co-sign with her? She was like, well, Zoe Kravitz is half white. And she's still considered black, dumbass.
I was gonna say, like, y'all know damn well y'all are not looking at Zoe Kravitz trying to ask her, like, oh, you like mayonnaise in your sandwiches, right? Like, no, y'all know damn well y'all look at her and see a black woman. Like, let's not try and split hairs here.
Oh yeah, Rolling Dodge. I heard that nerd liked it. Wonder Woman Historia. Oh, she liked The Last of Us Part 2? Oh, Jesus Christ, I didn't even know that.
I still can't get rid of mine.
Can't get rid of what?
I didn't buy it.
Yeah, I bought it before I knew the whole, Joel gets his head smashed in with a fucking golf club. I was like, oh wow, a cute little statue. I've always wanted one of those. And then afterwards, I couldn't return it because the game shop was like, we can't get rid of them right now either. We can't sell them right now. So it's like, oh, I'm fucking stuck.
Oh damn, Kate, you got.
Yeah.
Kate, you had to return. You should have returned that game within the first week.
I tried. I really tried.
They said, sorry, sis, we can't do shit with it either. You're stuck with it.
Roland Dodge, I'm not even gonna lie, I do not remember the guy's name. It was just kind of weird how he was like trying to co-sign and trying to tell me how I'm not supposed to feel about certain things, and I'm just like, who are you to tell me? You're just some white guy.
It's kind of weird.
I really don't understand. Like I said again, I'm sorry, I just don't understand how a person that's supposed to be for diversity and inclusion try to tell a person that is of diverse background how wrong they are for not agreeing with the diversity and inclusion crap that these comic book companies do or these, media entertainment does. I don't understand that.
Yeah, and that was what I found interesting too. When he tried to come at you and be like, "Well, who are you to like call for someone to be fired or whatever?" I was like, "Okay, well, how many people like went because he was saying like you don't work for the company or whatever?" I was like, "Okay, but how many people who worked for Disney were calling for Gina Carano to get fired?" And yet that's exactly what the fuck happened. Like, how are we gonna try and split hairs now? Like, oh, well, you can't call for them to be fired, motherfucker. They've been doing it on the other side for the longest time for bullshit ass reasons, and we've just had to sit here and take it. Now you want to be like, well, you don't work for the company, you can't like call for them to be fired. Like, that's not how it works. According to the rules that we've been playing by for like at least 2 years now, apparently you can call for them to be fired.
And it's kind of weird because it's just like when y'all, because the way him and Nerdette was talking, they were talking as if I've been on Twitter and I've been participating with all this stuff for a long time, or I'm part of the Phantom Mentis, I guess. Though all of the Nerdette, Nerdrotic and Ryan,
and like Geeks and Gamers and shit
like that. Like it felt like her and that guy was trying to bunch me in with them, and I'm like, I mean, I might watch a few videos from them, but I don't keep up with everything that's happening on Twitter. I don't even have a Twitter. You guys already know I don't have a Twitter, so I don't know what's going on Twitter. So to try to throw me under the bus and try to like almost put me in that thing felt so disingenuous because it's just like, what are you talking about? If you watch my whole video, which I doubt that you did, because you couldn't have watched my entire video. If you watched my entire video, you would have known that I had said I don't think the guy need to be fired and lose his job from Marvel or anything. I do believe that he does need to find another job that he likes because he clearly does not like the X-Men, and I think he needs to be fired from the X-Men because he's not writing anything. And it's just kind of weird. It felt like they were trying to put me in that group of people who go on Twitter and demand heads of people getting canceled or whatever. And it's like, when have I ever? No time from never. Because if that's the case, I have a video channel. If I was really obsessed with that, wouldn't it make sense for me to go ahead and just cancel? You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't it make more logical sense for me to make a video every day and talk about that kind of stuff? Like, how many videos did the Quartering, Nerdrotic, Geeks and Gamer, Eric July, and the rest of them talk when they talked about the Gina Carano situation, the Star Wars stuff, the Doctor Who stuff? You've never seen me. You might see me make one video about that, if lucky.
Yeah.
And everything else. I never talked about it again. But that's the thing that I didn't like, where it kind of felt like they were trying to label me as something I'm not, and trying to like almost call me out, call me a liar for what I'm saying, and I didn't really appreciate that. I really thought that was disingenuous of her to do that. Like, I was like, come on now, you know darn well you ain't seen me interact with those channels like that, so stop lying.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, whenever they want to like act like, oh, well, you must have the same opinion as this other person, that means that you're obviously their biggest fan. You agree with everything they have to say. I'm like, no, motherfucker, that has nothing to do with it. Just because we happen to have the same opinion about something, or even the slightly same opinion about something, that doesn't mean that we agree about everything. Like, I've had the same thing with people like come and try and tell me like, oh, well, you're must be one of like Nerdrotic's biggest fans and his defenders. I'm like, no, I actually disagree with him on a lot of shit. Like, I think that he complains about a lot of shit too. But I still watch his videos because I do like his takes every so often. Even if I disagree with it, I'll be like, all right, whatever, And I'm mature enough to understand we're not going to agree about everything. That's what the fandom is supposed to be. Like, I don't know where they came across with this like mentality that we're all supposed to agree on everything all the time. It's like that's never been the case.
Right, because if that's the case, like I would agree with everything Young Ripper says, and like I respect the man, but some of his takes are on some straight bullshit, and I know you know we've been on the channel before, and like I respect Young Ripper, but the stuff that he be saying about Miles Morales is out of pocket. It's out of pocket. I understand where he's coming from, but at the same time, he's still out of pocket with it. You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing if I call out other people. And I even called out Yellow Flash one time when he was talking about Miles Morales. I'm like, again, just because you don't read the comic book, you out of pocket with that kind of thing. That character made $1 billion. You can't say that he's a wannabe at this point. When the character has shown success, I don't care what none of y'all say. The character shown success. He's probably the most successful spin-off character of Spider-Man out of all. None of the other characters have made billions. I'm just gonna be honest, So you can't really say that I agree with that kind of stuff. I mean, because I've called them out on that kind of nonsense. I don't understand why people think that we're all the same or whatever. I don't know. I just didn't like the
And
take.
that's what I hate about it too. When like people try to come and be like, "Oh, well, you just hate like these characters for whatever." So I'm like, no, I liked Into the Spider-Verse. Like I thought it was actually a really good movie, but like I think some people were a little bit too overzealous about it. Like they liked it a little bit too much because they just wanted to see Miles Morales, and that's fine. And that's why I told people, I'm like, I get it. Like the character's popular, he's cool. I do find him interesting. Like he's not my favorite character. I'm not going to sit here and say that, but I do find him interesting and shit like that. I don't mind seeing more shit done with him. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm not going to sit here and act like y'all, where y'all are just shilling for him, where y'all are just saying like, oh, he's the greatest character and all that shit because you think that you liking him is somehow making other people mad. Like that's not the reason to like a character.
And it's kind of like I think we already know the reason why a lot of people kind of did like the character. I mean, because they weren't getting much from MCU's Spider-Man. Let's be honest, we weren't getting much from the MCU Spider-Man. So when Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse came out, I can understand the overhype for the character because of the fact that I mean, it's the MCU Spider-Man. What other Spider-Man you got? You know what I'm saying? Like compared to Miles Morales and Peter Parker MCU, I'll take Miles Morales over MCU Spider-Man any day of the week.
Oh yeah, because I mean, like, I definitely don't look at Tom Holland and be like, "Oh, that's Spider-Man." I'm like, no, that's Iron Boy. Like the fact that he looks up to Tony Stark as much as he does, all that shit. I'm like, that's really not Spider-Man. That's not Peter Parker. That's some other character that Tom Holland is playing, but that's really not Spider-Man.
Oh, most definitely. I'm like, nope, not me. Wait, hold on, Rolling Dodge. Let's see what you said. I didn't read all of it fully. Rolling Dodge said, didn't Dirty get mad about fans over the fake news story on supposed death threats over bisexual John Kent and the people worked on the comics don't even live in the United States? Yes, she did. She jumped extremely, and I was just like, hold on. I think I made a comment before she deleted her video that I was like, wait, hold on. I think you're jumping to conclusions. There's way more to this story than it is. And think about it. The artist and the writer don't live in the United States. So how? Houseway. And it's the same thing with I didn't make I saw the video. What's that darn fool name? That she was trying to co-sign on her channel.
Oh, Forced Adversity?
Yeah, Forced Adversity. He showed his true colors to her. And she had made a community post about it, and I just was like, duh.
I mean, what did you expect, girl?
What did you expect? I could have told you that, and he's definitely anti-fan. He's anti-fan,
yeah.
and that's what. And I think I had called her out one time about it on West Channel, and I was just like, I'm kind of confused because it feels like you're so anti-fan. I said I'm not, because she was like, she was like, we don't have any beef, Trey. I don't hate you. I was like, I didn't say you hated me, and I don't hate you, girl. But this anti-fan stand that you got going on, it's weird because it felt because before I started YouTube, I did watch her, and the takes that she has now are completely different than the takes that she has of yesteryear. That's why I followed her. And then when I started my YouTube channel, she had some takes that I didn't agree with, but then like over time, it just like a flip just switched, and she's been more anti fans and comic book company shield than anything else. And I'm like confused. Like I my thing is I will never put fans. I mean, I would never put company over fans. I'm sorry, that's not how this works. We've been done dirty for a long time, and you think I'm supposed to just company over the fans? Well, you know, the fans are saying stuff. Yes, after they've been mostly antagonized. It's the same thing with the whole Snyder Cut fandom, right? Most people antagonize that group. I don't care if you don't like Snyder or whatever. It ain't about that. The group been antagonized, no matter what anybody say. The group was antagonized for the first time when they were like, "Oh, it doesn't exist. Shut up, cry movement, you man babies. You guys are just losers. You'll never get it. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's fake or whatever." And don't pretend like. And that's what I'm saying. I was like, don't let a few bad apples ruin the entire basket. You know what I mean? Because what you're saying is valid, but also what they're saying is valid. And I even made some comments on some of the videos when she was saying stuff like that. And I'd be like, I understand where you're coming from, but understand what the fans are saying. Are you really listening to what the fans are saying, or are you being reactionary? And now remember with the whole Wonder Woman thing when she said, I want to bring up that video with the Wonder Woman failure thing and stuff like that. And I was in she had said that she was reactionary because I explained the video to her and then she understood. Yes, because you didn't watch the whole damn video because you reacted instead of hearing. You have to hear what fans are saying. And that's the big thing that I want her to do is like, okay, can you listen? I have your opinion, but listen to what the fans are saying. And I'm talking about what majority of fans are saying, not just a few other people. You know, it's kind of weird. My thing is, you can't keep kicking alive and expect not to get stinged, and that's what a lot of people do. Is just like from what you're saying, Dylan. It feels like it seems like that's what she was doing to Ethan, and then when Ethan called her out and stuff like that, she ran. I'm not saying if it's true or not, but from the social sphere, people were like, they were talking about a girl, and then she mentioned it twice on a video about how, you know, they were being mean and Comics Gates are these racist bullies or something like that. Or whatever. I forgot what she said in the video, and I'm just thinking to myself, but did you antagonize them though? Because I'm just saying, like, don't be wrong, Ethan can be a jackass, you know.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Definitely. But it's just like at the same time, he's also one of those jackasses that like to mess with you, just to have fun with you, just to see what you want to do. But my thing is, are you antagonizing them though? Are you antagonizing them? Is the question that I want to know. Because if you're antagonizing people, you can't get mad when you get backlash from that kind of stuff. Stop antagonizing people. And yeah, Free Fire Pro, yeah, the Snyder Fest has been antagonized to death. Holy crap, yes, they have. Like, they've been antagonized to death and back. And it's like, well, they say things to me too. Yeah, but after y'all started it, it's like people don't understand. Y'all started antagonizing the Snyder fans. What did you think was going to happen? You can't antagonize somebody and then be like, I don't know what happened. You know what the hell happened. You know what the hell happened. You antagonize them. And
it's like what's his name? Fucking Patton Oswalt just recently discovered. I don't know if y'all saw that whole shit where he was like apologizing for taking the picture with Dave Chappelle. And then he was in like his apology like post or whatever, talking about like, you know, did we inspire this? Did we cause them to be more hardline in their stances because we oppose them? I was like, yes, that's absolutely what happens when you tell people that they're terrible people just because they like some particular form of entertainment or some creator. You're just making them like dig their heels in further and say, you know what, then I like this even more and I'm going to rub it in your fucking face. Like, you are inspiring your enemies to become more entrenched in their own beliefs.
Yeah. and it sucks though. It really does suck about the whole thing or whatever. And it's kind of crazy. It's just like if you listen to the people, that's why I said when I always had said I said in my videos, I always be like when they attack the fans, I'd be like, there's always two sides of everything, but let's be honest. Why are we defending these companies over the fans? You know what I'm saying? And it's the same thing. It's the same thing when they did the whole Last of Us Part 2 thing where the voice actors were like, "Oh God, look at these death threats. You mean you mean tell me out of all the 5,000 quote tweets and tweets you got, you go and find the most threatening ones just to get sympathy. Y'all antagonize them, and what did you expect? You cannot antagonize people and get good results. I'm sorry, that's not how this works. Yeah. But at the same time, cry me a river too. Cry me a river. Nobody should ever get death threats. Okay, but guess what? It still happens. You can't control people. People are going to do what they're going to do.
I mean, it goes back to what we knew growing up, like in the late 90s, early 2000s. Don't start none, won't be none. Because, like, if you're going to sit there talking shit about fans and then turn and be like, oh my God, can you believe these people I talk shit about are now, like, threatening me? Well, yeah, because you talk shit about them. Where I'm from, you talk shit about somebody, it's going to be a fight. It's not no questions. It's when I see you, it's on site. We're going to fight. So that's why I'm like, where did y'all grow up that y'all don't understand that's how it works? When you antagonize people, yeah, you're going to get some shit back. Like, you really expected, like, oh, they're not going to try and come for me because I'm so far above them. Like, no, you brought yourself down to their level. They're going to try and fight with you.
Exactly. And that's the thing about it. You got too many people on the internet thinking they can say a lot of stuff, but until they meet you in person, you know what I'm saying? Like, let's go. Let's meet. You talk a whole lot of stuff. You know what I mean? It's kind of crazy how everything is.
Yeah.
Kate, you good, girl?
I'm good. I'm just like kind of like a little bit tired, but how much have we like talked about so far? Because I'm remembering we've managed to cover.
At this point, your guess is as good as mine.
Because I know, because Kate was excited to talk about a lot of stuff, and I don't even know if we even covered everything that you wanted to talk about, Kate.
Well, I know I told my story. I know that's one thing we were definitely talking about.
Yeah.
That was really interesting, by the way. Like, I'm just like, how can someone hold a grudge for that long? I mean, Nerdette has like 20,000 people up behind her ass, and it's just like, it's really funny that despite having that many people behind her ass, like you would expect her views would be like way above, but whatever. I mean, with the whole debate coming in, we'll either see her lose it, or I don't know. I can't imagine two Nerdettes going at it with like Shane and Yancy. I just that's just a terrifying thought, to be honest.
She could bring an army of people and it would not be enough to take down Yancy. Like, it's just, she does not know what she's walking into. And that's, like, you brought up a really good point. Like, she does not get the views, like, indicative of her having such a big subscriber base. Like, she has over 20,000 people and she can't even get 10%. Like, 10% would be 2,000 views per video. She can't even get 5%. She doesn't even get 1,000 views per video. She gets maybe a few hundred on her shit. I'm like, so why are all of your subscribers still around then? Like, they don't watch your shit. They don't care about what you have to say. So how do you still have that many subscribers? Unless you paid for them. Unless you paid for that shit, that would explain why they're still sticking around.
That's what I'm thinking too. Like, I'm just like, do you have someone who, or did you just buy, 10,000, subs from, whatever you found it from, and, call it that? And I'm sure there's like plenty that she got from, her Amber Heard videos. But I'm just like, why wouldn't they interact if she's releasing new content every day? Like, why aren't they, commenting? Why aren't they, liking the video more? Like, you gotta admit, there's something kind of fishy there. Like, I mean, I won't say, yeah, for sure, she totally bought them, but it just raises questions more so than answers. And compared to, Shane, Shane's channel, he gets at least, 1,000 views. and in each video, like, compared to her, who's the upper hand in this, I'm just like, where does this make sense? Like, where does it make sense? Like,
that's what I'm saying too. I'm like, because she, like, even when you look at her comment section, like, it still seems like it's the majority of people being like, well, I don't agree with you, but I mean, it's okay. Like, I don't mind if you disagree. I'm like, okay. That's why I would call like a bunch of the people in the comments like they're just simps, and it's so sad because they're simping over thirst trap pictures. Because like she never comes on the shit live; it's always just a picture that she took. It looks like Instagram pictures and shit or
yeah.
Snapchat pictures. I'm like, how many filters did you put on this shit to make you look that attractive? Because I mean, it's still not doing enough. And then when I hear you talk, it makes me want to rip my balls off and run away screaming. Like it's not good.
I don't want to like say yeah she sounds very awful. I mean I know I sound awful. I know I sound awful at times, but she just it does
No.
like
But see, that's another thing. That's
Okay,
why
compared to her, you sound like Celine Dion singing girl. Like don't even try to make that comparison.
But
oh
see, that's
thank
what the
you, and
whole
I know that was awkward, but I keep thinking about like oh my gosh, like how does guys, like I know men listen to very attractive voices, and she has kind of the looks in a way that yeah I can probably see a bunch of above 30-year-old or 40-year-old men being like oh that's something tasty, that kind of thing. And but then hearing it you're just like okay I don't want it. I'll look at her but I don't want to hear her like
Mhm. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, that's the saddest part because it's like you can watch her video, but it's just a picture. So it's like all you got to do is look at maybe 2 seconds of it. It's like, okay, I have my appreciation. It's not like you can just mute her and watch her like doing shit in real time. Like it's just a picture. So I mean, once you've seen it, you've seen it. There's nothing else to fucking see from it. You know what I mean?
I mean,
okay, like guys, don't take this as us attacking Nerd. I mean, I might have sounded like that. I know I have. If she starts following me or something or doing some crazy shit, then I won't be
All I'm gonna say is,
surprised.
Kate, you speaking for yourself because I am absolutely talking shit about her to the
my
highest degree.
my thing is, I think that's probably what she shouldn't have did. Is focus on Amber Heard because I think what it did, I think it killed her comic book channel side. You know what I mean? Like people,
Mhm.
kind of have a reason why they follow you, right? And
Exactly.
I think because she changed up her style when she mentioned Amber Heard, and the Amber Heard thing doesn't really have to do with comic books. Yeah, well, she's going to be starring Aquaman too, but yeah, but the case doesn't have anything to do with Aquaman 2 because Aquaman 2 is still being filmed. You know what I'm saying? So I
Mm-hmm.
think what happened was because she kind of pivoted a little bit to the Amber Heard stuff. All the people that were a lot of people that was following her are from the Amber Heard stuff, and I think as long as she's talking about Amber Heard, they come to her. But when they not talking about when she's not talking about Amber Heard, they don't care. And that's not a jab on her because I always hear that how some people jump on the train of certain certain of topics, right? And when you change your content to certain topics, it kind of is that a Gundam? Hell no, Dylan.
That is gonna
My friend.
not only is it gonna hold. Let me show y'all what it does because it actually lights up. But I gotta like take them apart, and then I gotta use special tweezers to like take the batteries out.
But but
Hold
yeah,
up. Wait a minute. Let me put some pimping in it.
Lord have mercy. But what I'm saying is, I think that's probably a little bit that's what killed the channel and the whole city anti-fan thing too as well.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. And maybe if she goes back to that, I think it could work. I mean, I think her channel can go back, but you also got to give people some takes that make sense too. You can't give us all the anti fans and oh god the country is doing good because a lot of people that hear that know it's full of shit. That's the problem. And I think that's what people need to understand. Nobody believes that the industry is doing as much as they could. You know what I'm saying? So when you make a video talking, oh my God, the comic book industry is doing amazing or whatever, and it's just like that's great and all to you and the 20 people that agree. But
I'm like, I'm sure the creators appreciate you saying that for them because it makes them feel good. But the people who are actually buying the books, yeah, we don't feel as good about it.
Yeah, and it gets tiring. Some people be like, well, you know, there are some good comic books, and I'm not saying that there aren't any good comic books in current comic books outside. I mean, that's inside DC and Marvel. But if I gotta crawl through all the shit just to get to the goal, is it worth it?
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying too. Like I've had people in other like live stream chats tell me like, "Oh, you're doing the Lord's work. Like you're telling us what's good and bad, telling us what's going on with it, so we don't have to read it." I'm like, I do what I can for my people, but like at the same time, like it doesn't make me feel any better. Like I feel like a literature professor having to read like some bullshit ass essays from some students who don't give a shit. And at the same time, like, why am I still here? You know what I mean? I'm like, nobody paying for me to do this shit. So, like, why am I still bothering?
Right. And it does feel like that at times where even when, you know, when she was saying, like, how come I don't post anything positive? Well, I do post positive videos. They just don't get traction. But you never really hear me complain about it. It is what it is. They just don't get traction. But I'm not about to change up my entire channel around things. The whole point of this channel is really me to talk to y'all like I'm talking to y'all right now about whatever, if it's positive, negative, or just us having an intellectual conversation about it. It is what it is. But I mean, I never promised anything on my channel. You never seen me promise anything that like, oh, this is Stray, and he's going to be doing drawings a lot, or he's going to be reviewing all the new DC and Marvel books or indie books. No, if I feel like it's a good subject to talk about, it is. I mean, there are some comic books I do want to talk about, but I'm not going to sit there and talk every brand new comic book that comes out DC, and I'm not going to review every brand new book that comes out. If I think it's cool, I think it's cool. If not, you know, you'll know because I'll make a video and stuff like this. And if you really think about it, it is easier to kind of say some kind of negative stuff about things, but I don't really do it because to try to, you know, gain views or anything. I just do it because I kind of want people to watch what I got to say and see if any of our opinions differ. That's it. I think she wanted you to stop complaining about the things she likes. Well, damn, Mitch. You think so?
That was the same thing that I got from it too, where she was trying to tell you about like what she liked, as though she was like trying to tell you like, well, I liked it. That means that you're supposed to like not talk shit about it. It's like, well, that's not how it works. If you liked it, that's cool, that's fine. But if other people don't like it, then you're not gonna try and shame them into liking it. Like that's not how this shit works.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of crazy because I felt like she was trying to shame me into liking the Batman movie,
which is weird as shit.
Like I'm like, no, you're not gonna shame me into liking that. I'm like, I'm sorry, no, it doesn't look like a Batman movie. It looks like an amazing movie. Did I not praise it? I said it looks like a good movie, but it's not a Batman movie. Yeah. And it's not a Batman movie. It feels like the Batman stuff was forced into it. Because if this was something original, oh, I believe that movie could do so much better than what it's probably going to do.
Yeah, I'm like really worried about it. I'm like, I want it to do good because like I love Batman, but at the same time, I'm like, every time I look at it, I'm like, not that it looks like a bad movie, but at the same time, I'm like, it doesn't look like it's going to live up to people's expectations at all.
Yeah. And for me is I understand Ben Affleck released this little statement, but let's be honest. Once that merger come, I bet you Ben Affleck will be back for another Batman movie. He can say his ass ain't coming back. He'll come back. He said that before and came back. So I ain't even studying what Ben Affleck saying. Keep the Snyderverse alive. Whatever you got to do, Snyderverse, Batfleck, hashtag that flick forever. All you know what I mean? But for me is I feel like it's such a betrayal to me as a fan that I was waiting for a DCEU Batman movie, and to not get that, and then to be left with Twilight's twinkle bitch as Batman. I'm sorry, I'm not about that. I'm not about that. You're not about to tell me to like this movie of this Batman that WB wanted when I wanted Ben Affleck's Batman, and you guys abused him to the point where he had to go back to drinking and ruin his marriage with Jennifer Gardner. Like, come on now.
I forgot about that.
I don't have no respect for WB with that one because we do know WB was on some shit with that kind of nonsense. Because look at Ben Affleck. Ben Affleck looks like the perfect Batman and Bruce Wayne. I'm sorry, he does. I've never seen a Bruce Wayne that was charming, and I've never seen a Batman that was so Batman. I mean, he was a little bit more. He was a tad bit extreme, but you know, God.
I mean, me personally, I don't like Ben Affleck, like just in general. I have the same opinion of him as I do with like Keanu Reeves. I'm like, I never see enough from him, but like,
I mean, it's understandable. I mean, truthfully, I don't like Keanu Reeves, but I love John Wick.
Yeah.
I love John Wick.
I love
the tricks, and I love the speed. But everything else that Keanu Reeves been in is not. I'll watch it. Cool. I won't watch it. Cool. I mean, that's literally how I feel. Like if I watch it or not. What I will say is, I think that we do owe Ben Affleck an apology for Devil. I think we were too critical on him.
I think people were too harsh on that shit. They were way too harsh.
Not bad. That movie was not as bad as everybody was trying to say. Like y'all took like 2 scenes from that movie and was like, oh my god, this movie's terrible. Really? Was it really? Not really.
I mean, overall, like the characterizations, the story itself was good. Like you said, like you've mentioned before, like a lot of people were just down on it because of that like scene in the playground and shit. I'm like, okay, yeah, that was a goofy scene, but if you just take that shit out, the rest of the movie is actually really good.
I mean, the movie was dark, and Fox said that they tried to make it as dark as they possibly could, but to try to get it past the rating because the ratings had changed on them during production. So what are you supposed to do? You can't really retool the movie to make it less dark because it's Daredevil. You know what I mean? So I mean, I think they did good with what had to work with the restrictions that they had. A lot of times people forget that the Fox and the Sony movies and the Universal movies has had a lot of restrictions on them. And they don't understand that. Like, yeah, they might have had the rights to the characters, but there were still certain storylines and certain characters that they weren't allowed to use still. So it's one of those things that I really wish people will understand and stop trying to compare an old classic movie to the Daredevil TV series who had more time to grow, while Ben Affleck had one movie and we were supposed to get Daredevil 2 after Elektra and we never got it because critical reception. Okay, sure. All right. Critical reception of people, but let's be honest. We all went to go watch it. The movie still made back its budget, and we all listened to the Daredevil album, and we all brought the Daredevil album and the Daredevil products that was surrounding the movie. Let's not pretend that album wasn't amazing. That Daredevil album was freaking amazing.
Yo, that fucking scene where Elektra is training like to that Evanescence song, like that shit still goes hard than a motherfucker.
Oh my god, yes. Oh, bring me to life. And when she took out them sides, I was like, girl, you better side.
Throwing that shit into them sandbags and shit. I was like, yes, girl, you do the thing.
Yes. And yeah, there was an Elektra spinoff, and the movie isn't bad, it's boring. That was wrong with the Elektra. Elektra, they neutered Elektra more so than they neutered Daredevil. Like I was just like, man, come on! Like she's supposed to be the killer of both of them. She need to be stabbing people in every scene. We should have been seeing her stab folks, and it was just like, of course, They were like, in order to get it in the theaters, they had to cut, they had to, make changes. And I'm just like, oh my God.
Yeah, they made her more into like this like socialite like girl of like a rich daddy and shit. I was like, that's not Elektra though. Like she's like a bloodthirst, well not bloodthirsty, but she's like a stone cold killer. Like she knows what the fuck she's doing, and they like steer too much. But then again, it's like it's a product of the times. It was the early 2000s, so
But
they were making her more like a Paris Hilton type of.
Can we admit that when Jennifer Gardner took off that robe and she wore the Electra red costume? Damn.
Oh yeah.
And then when she walked down them stairs, I was like, look at that booty go. That booty looked like it's been blackified, baby. I was like, you better walk down them stairs. Oh Lord, Electro was so good. Hold on, y'all said some stuff. Nerdette shields for DC. Yeah, I think Nerdette gained 100 subscriber and lost 100 in the same month. Damn, that sucks. Trey, he's the only vid about Black Phantom Stranger on Young Justice. I had to let people know about the bullshit. I'll listen to whatever topic catch my interest. It doesn't be on negative things. And Roland Dodge says Trey is underrated, and I hope his channel grows more. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Nerd tries to like crap, like I'm not Starfire. Oh, I hope Tristan didn't like that book. That is terrible book. I know it's Kate's favorite.
I heard that she did.
What?
What?
Like I don't know how anybody could like that shit.
I was traumatized from that book. I had to drink like 5, alcoholic beverages just to make it through it.
Okay. We know. We saw the stream.
I respect you, Kate. I hope that you do that more often when you read terrible comics.
I'm gonna do it more, but nothing bad has come out yet. That is short, at least.
That's true.
Well, that's good.
Mitch says, I'm hoping all three of you more success. Well, thank you. I'm glad. I appreciate that. We do appreciate that.
Yeah.
That would be
I
nice.
will drink to that. Not that y'all can see it, but I will drink to that.
Robert Pattinson made me worried when he didn't want to do a push-up. I mean, he still made me worried. Look at that scene. That barely any muscle. He might have put on maybe 10 pounds of muscle. That's it. I don't even know. No, I'm sorry. Kristen Stewart is supposed to play the Joker in the Batman sequel, I think. No. She was supposed to play Catwoman. They wanted her as Catwoman because they wanted to recreate Twilight. The movie, that's why WB got them back. Got Robert Pattinson back because they thought that he could bring in the Twilight fan again. And it's just like, no, you forgot that a lot of us guys don't like Twilight. So why would you bring in a guy who was part of the worst movie franchise in the world? Even if it did make
and especially can we just talk about the obvious fact? Like people only like Twilight because of Taylor Lautner and his abs.
Yes, I can attest to that. It was the greatest thing ever for me.
I ain't gonna lie, even though I wasn't into it, I was just like, well, because back in the day, school, everybody was everybody apparently people had chose sides. I was like, I'm probably like the only one who never read this series. Because it went around my school, but I didn't really pay attention to it. I'm like, it's Twilight. Who cares? And then people were asking like, who would I pick? What side would I be on? I was like, what do you mean? Oh, so there's this vampire and this werewolf, and I was just like, I guess the werewolf. This is before I knew who was casted, and then when I saw the person who was casted, and I'm like, wait, hold on. She picked pale skinny bitch over muscle Indian Latino boy? Is she crazy?
It's really weird because at the end, basically, Jacob ends up getting with Bella's daughter, and to this day, I still wonder what the fuck is with that shit. Like, you don't need to end it like that. You don't need it to be that. I'm sorry, I know they're vampires, but no, thank you. If you're basically dating your mom's, possible lover. Hell no. Hell to the no. No, thank you.
That was how I felt too when they were like, oh, he's bonded with her now. That means that for the rest of her life and her existence, he will always be with her. I was like, that's really gross because he's like almost damn near 20 and she's like 2. Like that doesn't make any sense.
And you know what's so funny is I think Stephanie was like, well, it was showing that he wasn't really into Bella. He was into what she would birth one day. And I was just like, Stephanie, that's
that's
weird.
even creepier. Like, ew. I don't want some guy who's like, oh.
Thank you for stopping by.
He may be hot, but that thing turned me off when I learned about that's what happened with book, and then that's how it went with the movie, and I'm like, no, can we just all agree this was terrible?
I mean,
terrible.
I definitely agree. I definitely agree. You're not gonna. I'm not gonna convince you otherwise. I mean, I thought it was weird and creepy. So it was basically like, okay, Edward was Bella's true love, but Jacob's true love was the seed that they will make together. And it's just, I was just like, oh my god, this is weird. So when she becomes 18 or 17, when she becomes 17 to 18 years old, Jacob will be able to officially be with her because he stops aging too at a certain age. And I'm just like, this is weird. But let's be honest, the whole time it's weird. Whatever. You know? I don't know. Somebody's
really to think about.
I'm not with it.
Stewart as Catwoman, don't make me puke. I'm just being honest. That's what they wanted. They wanted to bring back Robert Pattinson and Kristen Stewart, and thinking that they would bring in the Twilight fans all over again. And I'm just like,
oh my god, even if that were to happen, I don't think these people are gonna be like, oh wow, they're back. No, they don't. They would want more Twilight movies, and that's it. They don't want to see the same people doing like a different part. They want to see fucking Bella and Edward, and I'm like, everything about this is disgusting. I'm just like,
I mean, I definitely agree with what Free Fire Pro saying. He's like, that feels like grooming. Trust me, it's grooming. I mean, I've never read the books. I heard in the
don't
book,
read them.
I heard it's more detailed, but okay. Funny story on this one. Me and my friend, we had a bet, and she knew I didn't like the Twilight series. I was like, I'm not gonna watch the series, because she was like, how come you never watched it? I was like, because it's stupid. So we made a bet and stuff like that, and she knew she must have rigged the game or something. And she was like, if I win, you have to watch all of Twilight. And I was like, you're on, because I was confident. I forgot what game we were playing, and I lost, and I had to sit there and watch all 4 movies, and I was just like, garbage. This is garbage. The only good thing that came from Twilight to me was Paranormal, Paramore, the group. Like I like that group. That group got some good music, but holy crap, that movie! I was like, this movie is boring. And then what was up with Kristen Stewart breathing hard in the first movie? I was like, do you need an air pump or something? Like, she was just. I'm like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then he was like, what am I? A vampire. And I'm like, what's happening here? And then when he revealed himself in the sunlight and he started sparkling, I was like, I'm out. I am out. And she was like, no, you gotta keep watching.
For me,
makes no sense.
For me, it was on some gay shit. Like, I went to watch the very first one with my mom. And then after that, I was like, well, shit, I have to keep watching the rest of them. So I watched all the rest of them with my mom's in the movie theater. I just remember the second movie. What was that? Breaking Dawn or whatever the fuck. I went and watched that one. Yeah. And they had Jacob take off his shirt and show off the 6-pack. Yo, I'm not even kidding y'all. I don't know how it was where y'all were at. I don't know if y'all saw him in theaters. I don't think Trey did. But like when I was in theaters and he took off his shirt, I will never forget. It was nothing but a bunch of like middle-aged moms who all of a sudden were like, oh, I was like, oh my God, somebody fucking kill me right now.
Oh my goodness.
But I will tell you,
I can agree to that. It's disturbing.
I will
Fat
tell
Pete
you
Bones.
this, for the last movie, I think Breaking Down Part 2. I was working at the movie theater at the time that movie came out. And when I tell you at the end, people were pissed. I was like, the movie ended terrible. And I didn't realize why people were pissed, because some people they were mad, but they weren't like, oh my God, mad, but they were just like, what the, like, you heard the theater erupt in anger. And I didn't know what the reason was until I watched the movie. So apparently the movie was building up to this final battle that never happened, because it was a vision that Alice was giving to the lead vampire guy. And I was like, are you, well, no wonder these people were mad. That whole fight was fake. Jesus. Way to build up tension. How you gonna do a fight scene and then all of the fight scene end up being fake? It was a vision. Oh, of course it was. Hell.
Oh my goodness. That does make me think. I don't know. I keep thinking about all these different things that, Twilight, the Hunger Games, and a lot of other things. I feel like, with like nothing really big going on right now with Hollywood, with a new book-based movie franchise. I feel like everyone's been going towards comic book movies, and they're just like they stay there because there's like no other books being made into a movie. And I think that's what's been causing a lot of more, rift between the fandom, because you have all these crazy fans from Twilight and the Hunger Games and a lot of other franchises. They were like, yeah, let's go to the MCU or the DCEU and, invade there. Like, it's not a bad thing to be a fan of both of those, but it's like, I feel like the personalities of all these elements transferred from there to like the comic fandom. Like, that's why we see a lot of more romance comics or romance in the comic books, and weird drama. And I'm like, oh, no wonder we've been getting a lot of this.
Ooh,
You mentioned other fandoms. I would love to bring this up because I brought it up to y'all. Oh, this is delicious, and I'm going to savor every bite of it. So I think I have to agree with you, Kate, that there's a lot of people who came from other fandoms, notably Glee. I think that Glee had started some of this shit because I had seen an article.
Your Glee thing. Wait before you get into your Glee thing, because I know where you're going with this. Amiga 5 said, imagine if they tried Marvel fans like that in Endgame, where everything was a vision. Oh, Endgame would have been the worst movie ever. That movie would have been labeled the worst. Oh my Lord. Like, no. Okay, continue, Dylan. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, all I was saying was that Glee has some of the most toxic fans that I've ever met in my life. But here's what I'm gonna say though. Hold on. I'm chewing some food. And I don't like to talk while my mouth is full. Hold on.
Look at him, y'all. He is savoring all of his food.
Man.
Oh, y'all don't even know. This shit is delicious. Anyway, but no, yeah, I remember back when I was in high school, about 450 years ago, there was this one girl that I knew. She got into Glee. This must have been like 2008, 2009 when she told me this. We was in class, right? And this was like our dual credit classes. We were part of like the smart kids or whatever, which is hilarious because like we were the smart kids, but they all made fun of me for reading in my spare time. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Anyway, so like she sat down one day and I had finished making fun of something. And then she was like, you remind me of Coach Sue from Glee. And I was like, okay, fuck you too. I was like, what does that mean? So she was like, no. Like she started laughing. She was like, no, it's just like she has a very like dry sense of humor and she's like very straightforward and blunt. I was like, okay, again, fuck you, because I still don't know what that means. I don't know if you mean that as an insult or a compliment. So she's like, no, like look, let me show you. And then she showed me a bunch of clips of Coach Sue from Glee. And I laughed my ass off with this bitch. And ever since then, I have always emulated her. And as far as like her delivery, as far as like just her sense of, not even like sense of humor, because like the way that it's written, it wasn't humor to her. It was just what she legitimately thought. Like I've always approached every situation just like that because I'm like, that's the way to go. If you're going to like offer your opinion, you might as well be as blunt as fucking possible. So
right.
And then on top of that, like when I read that article that I sent to both of y'all, like it made sense to me because people like I noticed the same things that they do now that apparently they used to do with Glee, where people like they have all these like ships in their head where they're like shipping different characters and like well they take like personal offense if it doesn't happen exactly the way that they want it to, and then they like start talking shit about other people and they like wishing like harm or even death on other people who don't want what they want to see happen. I'm like, it really does feel like those people who were fans of that, once the show ended, they were like, well, now I have to move on to something else. And a lot of them moved on to like manga or comic books and shit like that. Because I mean, being like an obsessive fan about Glee, I imagine a bunch of them were just, you know, considered nerdy or dorky. So they kind of like moved on to like other forms of entertainment that would have been within that same type of sphere, which for us was comic books. Because I remember when I was in college, a lot of people didn't give a shit about comic books and superheroes. Like they regarded it as like, oh, that's just like, that's a weird thing to be into. But now all of a sudden it's like, the obvious thing that everyone is into. I'm like, when did that exactly start? And it seems to be around the time when Glee ended, all of a sudden everybody was like, oh yeah, I'm super into comic books and superheroes. It's like, but since when? Because that doesn't seem to have ever been the case.
And you know that does make sense what you're saying, Dylan, because Glee was on Prime Network, TV. So all of the geek culture stuff, and you know, it's not even that too, because we have to think about the Big Bang Theory too. So the Big Bang Theory and Glee probably ruined our culture, our fandoms, because they saw the Big Bang Theory and they saw geek culture in some kind of like cool way, and then Glee had these gorgeous people doing, you know, music and stuff that makes it kind of look cool too. And then everybody wanted to enter our fandoms of music, hobbies, you know, comic books and all that kind of stuff, because those kids were us. But the problem is, you know, in real life, them kids never would look good, but you know, it is what it is.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to say this too, Lee. The two best characters on the show is Zantana and Mercedes. I don't care what none of y'all say. They could have ran that show. But Ryan Murphy's was secretly racist. Don't care what none of y'all say.
Yeah. That was pretty like that's another show, Anthony. I do think like, you know, Glee, Supernatural. I think those were the things holding, you know, specific fangirls and fanboys from like entering other fandoms and, you know, invading them and being like, oh wow, this is how we're gonna run things now, guys. Like I'm just imagining these like, you know, people in uniforms bursting into a fandom building and being like, okay guys, this is how we're gonna run shit now. We're all gonna want gay couples forever, and you know, because they're so cute and cutesy and shit. And I'm just imagining them holding machine guns and being like, "We're gonna do this, okay?" And I'm just like, "Oh wow, okay. Where'd you come from? Where did you come from? Please,
Exactly.
We gotta send you back there."
But I do appreciate when Supernatural did 2 episodes making fun of it, making fun of the fandom itself, and especially when they talked to God. And Dean was reading the book, and reading the book that people were writing about Sam and Dean, and he was like, Sammy, what the hell is this slashing thing? And then Sam he was like, Dean, it's us, you know, it's since we're brothers, people kind of ship us together and want to do it together. He was like, what the hell? And then we get the whole Castiel and thing or whatever when they talk about that scene where Dean told Cass to wait for him after he got actually trapped in the past or sent somewhere else, and then Castiel you know, waited for him and stuff like that. And then Dean was like, wait, hold on, what's going on here right now? And he was like, "Oh well, they see more into Dean and Castiel's relationship." And he was like, "There is nothing going on more than me and Castiel." And I'm just like, "You can't tell the fandom that." And then when they went to a convention that was around their lives as well, that jump was hilarious. I was like, bro, y'all are so meta sometimes. It's not even funny. Not even funny. Have a good one, Arno. But yeah, that junk is hilarious. But yeah, you're right. Supernatural, Glee, and The Big Bang Theory were like three culture zeitgeists of like our culture being exploded and being shown to like media at large, and people ran with it. People ran with it, have not let it go, and it overstayed its welcome, to be honest. You know,
I honestly think they should make another show just to like lure in all these people back to where they came from. Can anyone just do that, please? Like, you'd be a great help. I'm not saying they shouldn't be in the fandom. I'm just saying, like, find another show or, interest. Because honestly, I can't stand seeing the same shit I keep seeing with, like, a lot of fangirls. I used to be one of those fangirls. Guys, that is a very long story. It did not end well. And then I discovered I was actually not one of them. It's a funny story, but anyways, it's just so weird to see all this shit going on with like different ships and shit, and I'm like, where did you guys come from? Can anyone explain to me where you came from? Like, I'll send you back. I'll give you a gift package. Just go away.
Let's be honest with that one, Kate. Too, is back in the day too, they wrote good, compelling stories to keep these people involved as well. Nowadays, the stories suck ass anyway. And remember, Tumblr and Reddit, censored and destroyed so much of the site. So where these people used to be able to be free and do whatever they want to in that community, once you take those things away from them, they came over to Twitter, they came over to Instagram, they came over to YouTube, they came over to the comic book shelves and all that kind of stuff, and they haven't left because of a few things that were holding them crazies back. Dominic said that he was one of my favorite characters in Glee. She's a big tomboy who can kick your ass, yet humble with a motherly touch. And then the show pulled an Iceman on her. Like, why? Because Ryan Murphy liked the virtue signal. Like I said, halfway through like later seasons, Ryan Murphy just went full on LGBT, and you're just like, all right, Ryan, I get it. You're LGBT, but this is getting ridiculous.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, because like I remember watching like at least the first season, and I think the first two seasons, and then after that, like it just became so obvious about where the show was heading that I was like, all right, yeah, I'm out. Like it just wasn't interesting to me anymore.
I mean, Dylan, if you ever get a chance to just watch the entire series just for overview, not that it's like, it's one of those things where you gotta watch the whole series one time. Wow. You know what I mean? Because that's what I did when I watched it. Like I think for me, what peaked was season 3 or season 4, I believe. I can't remember. It was after the kids graduated, the some of the Glee kids, and then they brought in the new kids, and I was like, okay, these new kids are pretty cool. And then like I think season 4 or season 5, they went back to the original cast and got rid of the new kids, and I was like, what the hell, you guys? Like that didn't make no sense. And then thankfully season 6 was cut short, so thank God for that. I mean, and then it kind of ended anticlimactic, but it's whatever. Let's be honest. We already know why half of us was watching it, and it really wasn't for the story.
True.
I think it was them trying to market off of the success of High School Musical, because High School Musical was so well done, and I mean all 3 movies, and then they were like, "Hey, let's do Glee," and it was like, "That's great." And then Glee lasted for 6 seasons. Who would have thought?
Yeah. I mean, we do know one thing for sure. They're probably never going to bring that shit back for a reunion, considering both
Well, all three, Finn, fucking Santana, and Puck, they're all dead.
Yeah. Yeah, like yikes. Oh, did you see the what's his name? The guy who played Kevin, or well, whatever Archie in the wheelchair,
Mhm.
the one who could rap and sing and stuff like that, which is kind of funny they confined him to a wheelchair or whatever. He had I think probably a year after the show had ended, he was like, this has been really tough or whatever for me and stuff like that to tell everybody, but I'm finally able to live my truth. And I'm just like, before he even said, I said, watch him come out of the closet and say he was gay. And he was like, I'm gay. And I'm just like, congratulations. I mean, duh, you're gay.
Yeah, you were on Glee, boy. You didn't need to tell us. We could have figured it out.
Right. I mean, the whole show had predominantly LGBT people there. I don't know what to tell you. I'm quite sure half of y'all on the show was LGBT. You know what I mean? Dominic also didn't treat bisexuals well in the fictional setting, and quite the double standards for a show that advertised LGBT friendly. Yeah, understandable. Understandable. I mean, the show had way problems than that, to be honest. I mean, because the mission of my girl Mercedes, I no, her and Zantana's characters, Zantana had good story, but they barely let her sing. Mercedes had good songs, but they barely let her do solos, and they barely gave her stories. And I was just like, man, come on. Amber Riley deserves better than this. That girl can out sing anybody out the room. Get out of here with that nonsense. And I'm sorry, I don't care what none of y'all say. Leah Michelle wasn't all that of a damn singer. Ooh, she can sing Broadway tunes. Okay, and
From what I heard, she's a bitch in real life anyway. So, what does it matter?
I mean, but you can look at her and tell that she was a bitch in real life. Look at her character portrayal. I understand some actors and actresses, you can tell that they're acting, but it never felt like they were acting. It never felt like they were acting sometimes on that show. The lines that be coming out of the characters' mouths, I'd be like, nah, that's really how they felt about this person at the time, or this is how they felt about something. Just being honest.
True.
Being honest. But yeah. I think that's everything, guys. Unless there was one more thing that we missed. I don't think we missed anything, did we?
We did not miss anything. And plus, it's getting late already. I could have told you that an hour ago, but I was like, no, we need to get this out of our systems, guys.
True.
I mean, of course, ain't it always with us? It always goes long anyway. It is what it is at this point. But hey, look, at least it gives people material. It gives people material to look at.
That's right.
Yeah, I mean, some people come back, and you know how some people watch it and they'll come back, watch it and they'll come back. It's one of those kind of things. Because I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that thing about clipping certain things in there. Maybe we'll see. Because I just told Kate Dillon that I think we're allowed to do a video without actually going live, where we can talk about the discussion, record it, and then put it on the little thing. I was like, oh, that'd be really cool. If you ever need to talk about a topic that we don't really feel like going live about, just do it here and then record it, have it recorded, and then just upload it on the channel.
Yeah, that actually sounds fun.
Yeah. Oh, Free Fire Pro did the little glass. Dylan, you gotta take a
oh shit, yeah, that's right. That's right. I know how we always end these streams. Hold up. Let me get to the room where the bottles are.
He forgot the bottles, y'all. He forgot the bottles.
Oh, don't worry. I know where it's at. That's the most important part. Yo, come on. Oh,
driving.
I don't think anybody's ever actually seen. This is my hallway. When I'm walking into my room, this is what's actually right outside the room. I got all this shit just kind of out here, and then you can see there's that shit up there. Across the way, there's this bathroom that has predators up there and all of these figures. I don't think I've ever actually shown y'all that, so now y'all know.
Yep.
So here we are home.
Truth is annoying. Say it's your opinion or your true self. That's what Dominic says.
Appreciate it. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Oh wait, it's just like that artist. Have you guys ever heard of that artist Ross Straws? No.
I think I've heard the name. I don't think I've seen anything from.
Kate, how about you? You ever heard of the artist Ross Straws?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it was Pride Month last year. I don't know. At this point, it's like it seems like every month. But anyway, he had made a video talking about I have a secret, and before he even finished, and I said, "Let me guess, you're going to tell everybody that you're gay, and you're finally able to live your truth." And then he literally said that same thing, and I'm like, "Oh, I thought you had something better." I was like, "Come on, bro!" Like when YouTubers do that, it's always obvious where you're going. Y'all never go anywhere else different with that. When you be like, "I got a secret to tell," you're gay. That's it. Move on.
Yeah, because they always load it up with all this different language. They're like, well, I've lived with a secret for so long and I finally feel comfortable to be who I am and love who I want. It's like, well, yeah, we obviously know where you're going. You're gay, bitch. Just go ahead and say it. Nobody cares, but apparently it's a big thing. You say, go ahead, girl. Go on ahead, girl. Have your moment. We'll applaud for you, Miss Ma'am. Miss Girl. Please go on, ma'am.
And it's like funny. It's like, what year is it? 2022 now. Y'all stop coming out the closet like it's something brand new. It ain't brand new. It ain't special no more. It's really not. I'm really getting tired of these YouTube videos coming out of nowhere, especially during Pride Month when they promote them. Oh, you're so stunning. You're so brave. For what?
Yeah. They try to act like it's such a dangerous thing. Like, I'm coming out during Pride Month. It's like, okay, bitch, not only are you not the only one, a bunch of other people are celebrating this shit right now. Like, you're not doing anything all that brave or stunning. And they want to act like, well, but I'm risking my family disowning me. And then their family comes out, they're like, we love you. We want you to know that we'll accept you no matter what. It's like, what were you afraid of, dude? I could have guessed your family was going to be like, well, we accept you. It's not a social stigma anymore, damn it.
And then my thing is, even if they did, David, you're on YouTube and you make a lot of money. Shut up. Who cares?
I was gonna say, if y'all want to spread some of that shit this way to some of the gays who are struggling, I'll be more than happy to take your damn money.
It's just, I don't know. It was getting ridiculous. It was getting you remember that year? I forgot what year it was. You remember that year where all of a sudden almost everybody was just coming out the closet like it ain't nobody, and you just like, all right, YouTube, TV, Hollywood, you're out of hand. You're out of hand. I think it was right after. I think it was right after Barack Obama had acknowledged gay marriage, and I think we had a year of everybody starting to come out the closet. And I was like, all right, I'm about getting sick of this. I'm about sick of this.
Because a lot of people are doing it just for popularity. They're like, oh, now that it's popular to announce that you're gay or something, they're like, I'm going to go ahead and do that. And then they want to turn on and act like, well, I wouldn't do it because I'm risking my family disowning it. No, you're not, bitch. You know you're going to come out as whatever the hell you say you are, and your family's going to be like, okay, well, we don't give a shit. We don't have to spend the night in bed with you. Why do we care? And yet they still act like they're doing something so courageous. It's like, no, you're not. Right. Why don't you move out of your parents' house and actually start living with somebody else of the same sex? Then I might find you courageous, because that shit takes some fortitude, and it takes some planning. But most people are just like, no, I just want to be me. And it's like, okay, be you, but shut the hell up about it.
Yeah, and then they'd be like, I didn't want to cause anything or whatever, and I didn't want the attention or whatever. But you did, because you made a goddamn video talking about it.
Mm-hmm.
What? You know what I'm saying? What you should have did is, if you should have been casual and just had you could have did a video one day and casually had your boyfriend or girlfriend, if you're a girl, and let them bring you a plate on camera and kiss you on the cheek or something like that, and then continue to keep doing what you were doing without nobody saying that. If you really wanted to be casual about it, no, you wanted the attention, and now it's aggravating. Now I'm tired of it, and then people still be like, I'm oppressed. Okay, damn it, shit. So
I mean, whatever you say.
So you're stunning, you're brave, you're inspirational, and you still oppressed? Well, fuck. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Vocal minorities within a minority group, stop pretending you're living in the 40s and 50s and whatnot. They really do. Oh my God. These weirdos swear we in the 40s or the 50s and the Civil War movement. It's just like, civil rights. I'm sorry. It was just like when one of my teachers, she tried to compare LGBT to civil rights, and I corrected her. I said, don't you ever compare Black people suffering in the United States over LGBT people, because to be honest, you cannot screw the same sex. I can't change this pigment on my skin. Don't you ever compare the same, because they're not the same. And I really hate that these LGBT activists try to use that. Like, no, we're not doing that. Keep your struggles over there. I keep mine over here. We're not crossing over, and you're not about to use this to try to uplift your group. It doesn't make it. Oh my God, it doesn't make logical sense. Like, no, we're not doing this right now. Sorry.
I'll tell you what we are about to do right now. We're about to do this shot. That's what we're about to do.
Kate be like, dang it, I wish I had me a shot.
Oh, I wish.
I know, girl. I already know you did.
We'll get on it one of these days. On one of these streams, we'll all be drinking together. But for now, I will definitely drink for both of y'all.
Oh, we already know. We already know. You got it.
Hey, yo, cheers to you, Free Fire Pro. Always happy to see you here on this stream or mine. Exactly. Cheers, everybody. Thank y'all for hanging out with us.
Thank you for lasting with us for almost 5 hours, apparently. And I can't wait for the live stream between Tristan and Shane. I'm quite sure all of us got a lot to say later on.
I'll be in the chat. I'm gonna be in the chat there, so make sure y'all are there because I'm going to be talking my shit.
Oh, I think all of us are going to be in the chat to watch that one.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But all right, everyone, have a good night, and we'll catch you guys later. Peace out, everybody.